Section 12 of The Black Prophet by William Carleton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 12. Sarah, who had never yet spoken to Mave, turned her black mellow eyes from her to her lover, and from him to her alternately. She then dropped them for a time on the ground, and again looked round her with something like melancholy impatience. Her complexion was high and flushed, and her eyes sparkled with unaccustomed brilliancy. "It's not right two people should run such risk on our account," said Con, looking towards Sarah. "Here's a young woman who has come to nurse, tend, and take care of us, for which may God bless her and protect her. It's Sarah M'Gowan, Donnel Dhu's daughter." "Think of Mave Sullivan," said Sarah. "Think only of Mave Sullivan. She's in danger. Ha! But as for me, suppose I should take the fever and die?" "May God forbid, poor girl," exclaimed Con. "It would leave us all a sad heart. Dear Mave, don't stop here. Every minute is dangerous." Sarah went over to the bedside, and putting her hand gently upon his forehead, said, "Don't speak to pity me. I can't bear pity, anything at all but pity from you. Say you don't care what becomes of me, or whether I die or not, but don't pity me." It is extremely difficult to describe Sarah's appearance and state of mind as she spoke this. Her manner towards Con was replete with tenderness and the most earnest and anxious interest, while at the same time there ran through her voice a tone of bitter feeling, an evident consciousness of something that pressed strongly on her heart, which gave a marked and startling character to her language. Mave for a moment forgot everything but the interest which Sarah and the mention of her excited. She turned gently round from Mary, who had been speaking to her, and fixing her eyes on Sarah, examined her with pardonable curiosity from head to foot. Nor will she be blamed, we trust, if even then and there the scrutiny was not less close, in consequence of it having been known to her that in point of beauty and symmetry of figure they had stood towards each other for some time past in the character of rivals. Sarah, who had on, without stockings, a pair of small slippers, a good deal the worse for wear, had risen from the bedside, and now stood near the fire directly opposite the only little window in the house, and consequently in the best light it afforded. Mave's glance, though rapid, was comprehensive, but she felt it was sufficient. The generous girl, on contemplating the wild grace and natural elegance of Sarah's figure, and the singular beauty and wonderful animation of her features, instantly, in her own mind, surrendered all claim to competition, and admitted to herself that Sarah was, without exception, the most perfectly beautiful girl she had ever seen. Her last words, too, and the striking tone in which they were spoken, arrested her attention still more, so that she passed naturally from the examination of her person to the purport of her language. We trust that our readers know enough of human nature to understand that this examination of Sarah upon the part of Mave Sullivan was altogether an involuntary act, and one which occurred in less time than we have taken to write any one of the lines in which it is described. Mave, who perceived at once that the words of Sarah were burdened by some peculiar distress, could not prevent her admiration from turning into pity without exactly knowing why. But in consequence of what Sarah had just said, she feared to express it either by word or look, lest she might occasion her unnecessary pain. She consequently, after a slight pause, replied to her lover: "You must not blame me, dear Con, for being here. I came to give whatever poor attendance I could to Nancy here, and to such of you as want it, while you're sick. I came, indeed, to stay and nurse you all, if you will let me, and you won't be sorry to hear it, in spite of all that has happened, that I have the consent of my father and mother for so doin'." A faint smile of satisfaction lit up her lover's features, but this was soon overshadowed by his apprehension for her safety. Sarah, who had for about a half-minute been examining Mave on her part, now started and exclaimed with flashing eyes, and we may add a bursting and distracted heart: "Well, Mave Sullivan, I have often seen you, but never so well as now. You have goodness and truth in your face. Oh, it's a pretty face, a lovely face. But why do you state a falsehood here? For what you've just said is false. I know it." Mave started, and in a moment her pale face and neck were suffused by one burning blush at the idea of such an imputation. She looked around her as if inquiring from all those who were present the nature of the falsehood attributed to her, and then with a calm but firm eye she asked Sarah what she could mean by such language. "You're after sayin'," replied Sarah, "that you come here to nurse Nancy there. Now that's not true, and you know it isn't. You come here to nurse young Con Dalton, and you come to nurse him because you love him. No, I don't blame you for that, but I do for not sayin' so without fear or disguise, for I hate both." "That wouldn't be altogether true either," replied Mave, "if I said so, for I did come to nurse Nancy, and any others of the family that might stand in need of it. As to Con, I'm neither ashamed to love him nor afeard to acknowledge it, and I had no notion of statin' a falsehood when I said what I did. I tell you then, Sarah M'Gowan, that you've done me injustice. If there appeared to be a falsehood in my words, there was none in my heart. That's truth. I know I feel that that's truth," replied Sarah, quickly. "But oh, how wrong I am," she exclaimed, "to mention that or anything else here that might distract him. Ah," she proceeded, addressing Mave, "I did you injustice, I feel I did, but don't be angry with me, for I acknowledge it." "Why should I be angry with you?" replied Mave. "You only spoke what you thought, and this, by all accounts, is what you always do." "Let us talk as little as possible here," replied Sarah, the sole absorbing object of whose existence lay in Dalton's recovery. "I will speak to you on your way home, but not here, not here." And while uttering the last words, she pointed to Dalton to intimate that further conversation might disturb him. "Dear Mave," observed Mary, now rising from her chair, "you are stayin' too long. Oh, for God's sake, don't stop. You can't dream of the danger you're in." "But," replied Mave calmly, "you know, Mary, that I came to stop and to do whatever I can do till the family comes round. You are too feeble to undertake anything, and might only get into a relapse if you attempted it." "But then we have Sarah M'Gowan," she replied, "who came as few would, none livin' this day, I think, barrin' yourself and her, to stay with us, and to do anything that she can do for us all. May God forever bless her! For short as the time is, I think she has saved some of our lives, Condy's, without a doubt." Mave turned towards Sarah, and as she looked upon her, the tears started in her eyes. "Sarah M'Gowan," said she, "you are fond of truth, and you are right. I can't find words to thank you for doing what you did. God bless and reward you." She extended her hand as she spoke, but Sarah put it back. "No," said she, indignantly, "never from you. Above all that's livin', don't you thank me. You, why, you aren't his wife yet," she exclaimed, in a suppressed voice of deep agitation, "and maybe you never will. You don't know what may happen. You don't know." She immediately seemed to recollect something that operated as a motive to restrain any exhibition of strong feeling or passion on her part, for all at once she composed herself, and sitting down, merely said: "Mave Sullivan, I'm glad you love truth, and I believe you do. "I can't then receive any thanks from you, nor I won't, and I would tell you why, any place but here." "I don't at all understand you," replied Mave, "but for your care and attention to him, I am sure it's no harm to say, may God reward you. I will never forget it to you." "While I have life," said Dalton feebly, and fixing his eyes upon Sarah's face, "I for one won't forget her kindness." "Kindness," she re-echoed. "Ha, ha! Well, it's no matter, it's no matter. She saved my life, Mave. I'm lyin' here, and hadn't even a drink of water, and there's no one else in the house. Mary there was out, and poor Nancy was ravin' and ragin' with illness and pain. But she, Sarah, was here to settle us, to attend us, to get us a drink whenever we wanted it, to raise us up and to put it to our lips, and to let us down with as little pain as possible. Oh, how could I forget all this? Dear, dear Sarah, how could I forget this if I was to live 1,000 years?" Con's face, while he spoke, became animated with the enthusiasm of the feeling to which he gave utterance, and as his eyes were fixed on Sarah with a suitable expression, there appeared to be a warmth of emotion in his whole manner, which a sanguine person might probably interpret in something beyond gratitude. Sarah, after he had concluded, looked upon him with a long, earnest, but uncertain gaze. So long, indeed, and so intensely penetrating was it, that the whole energy of her character might, for a time, be read clearly in the singular expression of her eyes. It was evident that her thoughts were fluttering between pleasure and pain, cheerfulness and gloom; but at length her countenance lost by degrees its earnest character, the alternate play of light and shadow over it ceased, and the gaze changed, almost imperceptibly, into one of settled abstraction. "It might be," she said, as if thinking aloud, "it might be, but time will tell. And in the meantime, everything must be done fairly. Still, if it shouldn't come to pass, if it should not, it would be better if I had never been born. But it may be, and time will tell." Mave had watched her countenance closely, and without being able to discover the nature of the conflict that appeared in it, she went over, and placing her hand gently upon Sarah's arm, exclaimed, "Don't blame me for what I'm going to say, Sarah, if you'll let me call you Sarah, but the truth is, I see that your mind is troubled. I wish to God I could remove that trouble, or that any one here could. I am sure they all would, as willingly as myself." "She is troubled," said Mary. "I know by her manner that there's something distressing on her mind. Any earthly thing that we could do to relieve her, we would; but I asked her, and she wouldn't tell me." It is likely that Mary's kindness, and especially Mave's, so gently but so sincerely expressed, touched her as they spoke. She made no reply, however, but approached Mave with a slight smile on her face, her lips compressed, and her eyes, which were fixed and brilliant, floating in something that looked like moisture, and which might as well have been occasioned by the glow of anger as the impulse of a softer emotion, or perhaps, and this might be nearer the truth, as a conflict between the two states of feeling. For some moments she looked into Mave's very eyes, and after a while she seemed to regain her composure, and sat down without speaking. There was a slight pause, occasioned by the expectation that she had been about to reply, during which Dalton's eyes were fixed upon her. In her evident distress she looked upon him. Their eyes met, and the revelation that glance of anguish on the part of Sarah gave to him disclosed the secret. "Oh, my God!" he exclaimed involuntarily and unconsciously, "is this possible?" Sarah felt that the discovery had been made by him at last, and seeing that all their eyes were still upon her, she rose up, and approaching Mave, said, "It is true, Mave Sullivan, I am troubled. Mary, I am troubled." And as she uttered the words, a blush so deep and so beautiful spread itself over her face and neck, that the very females present were for the moment lost in admiration of her radiant youth and loveliness. Dalton's eyes were still upon her, and after a little time he said, "Sarah, come to me." She went to his bedside, and kneeling, bent her exquisite figure over him, and as her dark brilliant eyes looked into his, he felt the fragrance of her breath mingling with his own. "What is it?" said she. "You are too near me," said he. "Ah, I feel I am," she said, shaking her head. "I mean," he added, "for your own safety. Give me your hand, dear Sarah." He took her hand, and raising himself a little on his right side, he looked upon her again, and as he did so, she felt a few warm tears falling upon it. "Now," he said, "lay me down again, Sarah." A few moments of ecstatic tumult, in which Sarah was unconscious of anything about her, passed. She then rose, and sitting down on the little stool, she wept for some minutes in silence. During this quiet paroxysm no one spoke, but when Dalton turned his eyes upon Mave Sullivan, she was pale as ashes. Mary, who had noticed nothing particular in the incidents just related, now urged Mave to depart, and the latter, on exchanging glances with Dalton, could perceive that a feeble hectic had overspread his face. She looked on him earnestly for a moment, then paused as if in thought, and going round to his bedside, knelt down, and taking his hand, said, "Con, if there is any earthly thing that I can do to give ease and comfort to your mind, I am ready to do it. If it would relieve you, forget that you ever saw me, or ever knew me at all. Suppose I am not living, that I am dead. I say this, dear Con, to relieve you from any pain or distress of mind that you may feel on my account. Believe me, I feel everything for you, and nothing now for myself. Whatever you do, I tell you that a harsh word or thought from me you will never have." Mave, while she spoke, did not shed a tear, nor was her calm, sweet voice indicative of any extraordinary emotion. Sarah, who had been weeping until the other began to speak, now rose up, and approaching Mave, said, "Go, Mave Sullivan, go out of this dangerous house, and you, Condy Dalton, heed not what she has said. Mave Sullivan, I think I understand your words, and they make me ashamed of myself and of the thoughts that have been troubling me. Oh, what am I when compared to you? Nothing." Mave had, on entering, deposited the little matters she had brought for their comfort, and Mary now came over, and placing her hand on her shoulder, said, "Sarah is right, dear Mave. For God's sake, do not stay here. Oh, think, only think, if you took this fever, and that anything happened you." "Come," said Sarah, "leave this dangerous place. I will see you part of the way home. You can do nothing here that I won't do, and everything that I can do will be done." Her lover's eyes had been fixed upon her, and with a feeble voice, for the agitation had exhausted him, he added his solicitations for her departure to theirs. "I hope I will soon be better, dear Mave, and able to get up too. But may God bless you, and take care of you till then." Mave again went round and took his hand, on which he felt a few tears fall. "I came here, dear Con," she said, "to take care of you all, and why need I be ashamed to say so? To do all I could for yourself. Sarah here wishes me to speak the truth, and why shouldn't I? Think of my words then, Con, and don't let me or the thoughts of me occasion you one moment's unhappiness. To see you happy is all the wish I have in this world." She then bade them an affectionate farewell, and was about to take her departure, when Sarah, who had been musing for a moment, went to Dalton, and having knelt on one knee was about to speak, and to speak, as was evident from her manner, with great earnestness, when she suddenly restrained herself, clasped her hands with a vehement action, looked distractedly from him to Mave, and then suddenly rising, took Mave's hand and said, "Come away, it's dangerous to stop where this fever is. You ought to be careful of yourself. You have friends that love you, and that would feel for you if you were gone. You have a kind, good father, a loving mother that you could turn to, and may turn to, if ever you should have a sore heart. A mother, oh, that blessed word! What wouldn't I give to say that I have a mother! Many an outrage, many a wild fit of passion, many a harsh word too. Oh, what mightn't I be now if I had a mother! All the world thinks I have a bad heart, that I'm without feelin', but indeed, Mave Sullivan, I'm not without feelin', and I don't think I have a bad heart." "You have not a bad heart," replied Mave, taking her hand. "No one, dear Sarah, could look into your face and say so." "No, but I think so far from that, your heart is both kind and generous." "I hope so," she replied. "I hope I have. Now come you and leave this dangerous house. Besides, I have something to say to you." Mave and she proceeded along the old causeway that led to the cabin, and having got out upon the open road, Sarah stood. "Now, Mave Sullivan," said she, "listen. You do me only justice to say that I love truth and hate a lie, or concealment of any kind. I ax you now this: you discovered a while ago that I love Condy Dalton, isn't that true?" "I wasn't altogether certain," replied Mave, "but I thought I did, and now I think you do love him." "I do love him, oh, I do, and why, as you said, should I be ashamed of it?" "Ay, and it was my intention to tell you so the first time I'd see you, and to give you fair notice that I did, and that I'd leave nothing undone to win him from you." "Well," replied the other, "this is open and honest, at all events." "That was my intention," pursued Sarah, "and I had, for a short time, other thoughts, ay, and worse thoughts. My father was persuadin' me, but I can't speak on that, for he has my promise not to do so." "Oh, I'm nothing, dear Mave, nothing at all to you. I can't forget your words a while ago, because I knew what you meant at the time, when you said to Con, any earthly thing that I can do to give ease and comfort to your mind, I am ready to do it. If it would relieve you, forget that you ever saw me or ever knew me. Now, Mave, I've confessed to you that I love Con Dalton, but I tell you not to trouble your heart by any thoughts of me. My mind's made up as to what I'll do. Don't fear me, I'll never cross you here. I'm a lonely creature," she proceeded, bursting into bitter tears. "I'm without friends and relations, or any one that cares at all about me." "Don't say so," replied Mave. "I care about you, and it's only now that people is beginning to know you, but that's not all. Sarah, if it's any consolation to you to know it, know it. Condy Dalton loves you. Ay, loves you, Sarah M'Gowan. You may take my word for that. I am certain this day that what I say is true." "Loves me!" she exclaimed. "Loves you," repeated Mave, "is the word, and I have said it." "I didn't suspect that when I spoke," she replied. Each looked upon the other, and both as they stood were as pale as death itself. At length Mave spoke. "I have only one thought, Sarah, and that is how to make him happy, to see him happy." "I can scarcely speak," replied Sarah. "I wouldn't know what to say if I did. I am all confused. Mave, dear, forgive me." "God bless you," replied Mave, "for you are truth and honesty itself. God bless and you make him happy. Good-bye, dear Sarah." She put her hand into Sarah's, and felt that it trembled excessively, but Sarah was utterly passive. She did not even return the pressure which she had received, and when Mave departed, She was standing in a reverie, incapable of thought, deadly pale, and perfectly motionless. Chapter 25. Sarah without hope. How Sarah returned to Dalton's cabin she herself knew not. Such was the tumult which the communication then made to her by Mave had occasioned in her mind, that the scene which had just taken place altogether appeared to her excited spirit like a troubled dream, whose impressions were too unreal and deceptive to be depended on for a moment. The reaction from the passive state in which Mave had left her was, to a temperament like hers, perfectly overwhelming. Her pulse beat high, her cheek burned, and her eye flashed with more than its usual fire and overpowering brilliancy, and with the exception of one impression alone, all her thoughts were so rapid and indistinct as to resemble the careering clouds which fly in tumult and confusion along the troubled sky, with nothing stationary but the sun far above, and which in this case might be said to resemble the bright conviction of Dalton's love for her that Mave's assurance had left behind it. On re-entering the cabin, without being properly conscious of what she either did or said, she once more knelt by the side of Dalton's bed, and hastily taking his unresisting hand, was about to speak, but a difficulty how to shape her language held her in a painful and troubled suspense for some moments, during which Dalton could plainly perceive the excitement, or rather rapture, by which she was actuated. At length a gush of hot and burning tears enabled her to speak, and she said: "Con Dalton, dear Con, is it true? Can it be true? Oh, no, no, but then she says it. Is it true that you like me? Like me? No, no, that word is too weak. Is it true that you love me? But no, it can't be. There never was so much happiness intended for me. And then if it should be true, oh, if it was possible, how will I bear it? What will I do? What is to be the consequence? For my love for you is beyond all belief, beyond all that tongue can tell. I can't stand the struggle. My head is giddy. I scarcely know what I'm sayin'. Or is it a dream that I'll awaken from and find it false, false?" Dalton pressed her hand, and looking tenderly upon her face, replied: "Dear Sarah, forgive me. Your dream is both true and false. It is true that I like you, that I pity you, but you forbid me to say that. Well, it is true. I say that I like you, but I can't say more. The only girl I love, in the sense you mean, is Mave Sullivan. I could not tell you an untruth, Sarah, nor don't deceive yourself. I like you, but I love her." She started up, and in an instant dashed the tears from her cheeks, after which she said: "I'm glad to know it. You have said the truth, the bitter truth. Ay, bitter it will prove, Condy Dalton, to more than me. My happiness in this world is now over for ever. I never was happy, and it's clear that the doom is against me. I never will be happy. I am now free to act as I like. No matter what I do, it can't make me feel more than I feel now. I might take a life, ay, 20, and I couldn't feel more miserable than I am. Then what is there to prevent me from workin' out my own will, and doin' what my father wishes? I may make myself worse and guiltier, but unhappier I cannot be. That poor weak hope was all I had in this world, but that is gone, and I have no other hope now." "Compose yourself, dear Sarah, calm yourself," said Dalton. "Don't call me dear Sarah," she replied. "You are wrong ever to do so. Oh, why was I born? And what has this world and this life been to me but hardship and sorrow? But still," she added, drawing herself up, "I will let you all see what pride can do. I now know my fate, and what I must suffer, and if one tear would gain your love, I wouldn't shed it. Never, never." "Sarah," said Mary, in a soothing voice, "I hope you won't blame poor Con. You don't know, maybe, that himself and Mave Sullivan has loved one another ever since they were—" "No more about Mave Sullivan," she replied, almost fiercely. "Leave her to me. As for me, I'll not break my word, either for good or evil. I was never the one to do an ungenerous no." She paused, however, as if struck by some latent conviction, and in a panting voice she added, "I must leave you for a while, but I will be back in an hour or two." "Oh yes, I will. And in the meantime, Mary, anything that is to be done, you can do it for me till I come again. Mave Sullivan, Mave Sullivan, leave Mave Sullivan to me." She then threw a humble garment about her, and in a few minutes was on her way to have an interview with her father. On reaching home, she found that he had arrived only a few minutes before her, and to her surprise he expressed something like good humor, or perhaps gratification at her presence there. On looking into her face more closely, however, he had little trouble in perceiving that something extraordinary had disturbed her. He then glanced at Nelly, who, as usual, sat gloomily by the fire, knitting her brows and groaning with suppressed ill temper, as she had been in the habit of doing ever since she suspected that Donnel had made a certain disclosure connecting with her to Sarah. "Well," said he, "has there been another battle? Have you been ding-dust at it as usual? What's wrong, Sally, eh? Did it go to blows wid you? For you look raised." "You're all out of it," replied Nelly. "Her blood's up now, and I'm not prepared for a sudden death. She's dangerous this minute, and I'll take care of her. Blessed man, look at her eyes." She repeated these words with that kind of low, dogged ridicule and scorn which so frequently accompany stupid and wanton brutality, and which are, besides, provoking almost beyond endurance, when the mind is chafed by a consideration of an exciting nature. Sarah flew like lightning to the old knife, which we have already mentioned, and snatching it from the shelf of the dresser on which it lay, exclaimed, "I have now no earthly thought, nor any hope of good in this world. To keep my hand from evil, and for all ever you made me suffer, take this." Her father had not yet sat down, and it was indeed well that he had not, for it required all his activity and strength united to intercept the meditated blow by seizing his daughter's arm. "Sarah," said he, "what is this? Are you mad, you murdering jade, to attempt the vagabond's life? For she is a vagabond, and an ill-tongued vagabond. Why do you provoke the girl by such language, you double distilled old strap? You do nothing but growl and snarl and curse and pray." "I pray from mornin' to night in such a way that the very devil himself could not bear you, or live wid you. Begone out of this, or I'll let her at you, and I'll engage she'll give you what'll settle you." Nelly rose, and putting her cloak, went out. "I'm goin'," she replied, looking at and addressing the prophet, "and please God, before long, I'll have the best wish of my heart fulfilled by seeing you hanged. But until then, may my curse and the curse of God light on you and pursue you. I know you have told her everything, or she wouldn't act towards me as she has done of late." Sarah stood like the Pythoness, in a kind of savage beauty, with the knife firmly grasped in her hand. "I'm glad she's gone," she said, "but it's not her, father, that I ought to raise my hand against." "Who then, Sarah?" he asked, with something like surprise. You asked me," she proceeded, "to assist in a plan to have Mave Sullivan carried off by young Dick o' the Grange. I'm now ready for anything, and I'll do it. This world, father, has nothing good or happy in it for me. Now I'll be equal to it. If it gives me nothing good, it'll get nothing out of me. I'll give it blow for blow, kindness, good fortune, if it was to happen, but it can't now, would soften me. But I feel that ill treatment, crosses, disappointments, and want of all hope in this life, has made and will make me a devil. Ay, and oh, what a different girl I might be this day." "What has vexed you?" asked the father, "for I see that something has." "Isn't it a cruel thing," she proceeded, without seeming to have attended to him, "isn't it a cruel thing to think that every one you see about you has some happiness except yourself, and that your heart is burstin' and your brain burnin', and no relief for you, no one point to turn to for consolation, but everything dark and dismal and fiery about you?" "I feel all this myself," said the prophet, "so don't be disheartened, Sarah. In the course of time your heart will get so hardened that you'll laugh at the world. Ay, at all that's either bad or good in it, as I do." "I never wish to come to that state," she replied, "and you never feel what I feel. You never had that much of what was good in your heart. No," she proceeded, "sooner than come to that state, that is, to your state, I'd put this knife into my heart. You, father, never loved one of your kind yet." "Didn't I?" he replied, while his eyes lightened into a glare like those of a provoked tiger. I loved one of your kind, loved her, and was happy with her. Oh, how happy! Ah, Sarah M'Gowan, and I loved my fellow creatures then too, like a fool as I was. Loved, and she that I so loved proved false to me, proved an adulteress, and I tell you now, that it may harden your heart against the world, that woman, my wife, that I so loved, and that so disgraced me, was your mother." "It's a lie. It's as false as the devil himself," she replied, turning round quickly and looking him with frantic vehemence of manner in the face. "My mother never did what you say. She's now in her grave, and can't speak for or defend herself. But if I were to stand here till judgment day, I'd say it was false. You were misled or mistaken, or your own bad suspicious nature made you do her wrong. And even if it was true, which it is not, but false as hell, why would you crash and wring her daughter's heart by a knowledge of it? Couldn't you let me get through the short but bitter passage of life that's before me, without addin' this to the other thoughts that's distracted me?" "I did it, as I said," he replied, "to make you harden your heart, and to prevent you from puttin' any trust in the world, or expectin' anything either of truth or goodness from it." She started as if some new light had broken in upon her, and turning to him, said, "Maybe I understand you, father. I hope I do. Oh, could it be that you were wanst a better man? A man that had a heart for fellow creatures and cared for them? I'm lookin' into my own heart now, and I don't doubt that I might be brought to the same state yet. Ha! That's terrible to think of, but again I can't believe it. Father, you can stoop to lies and falsity that I could not do, but no matter. You were wanst a good man, maybe. Am I right?" The prophet turned round, and fixing his eyes upon his daughter, they stood each gazing upon the other for some time. He then looked for a moment into the ground, after which he sat down upon a stool, and covering his face with both his hands, remained in that position for 2 or 3 minutes. "Am I right, father?" she repeated. He raised his eyes, and looking upon her with his usual composure, replied, "No, You are wrong, you are very wrong. When I was a light-hearted, affectionate boy, playing with my brothers and sisters, I was a villain. When I grew into youth, Sarah, and thought every one full of honesty and truth, and the world all kindness, and nothing about me but goodness and generosity and affection, I was of course a villain. When I loved the risin' sun, when I looked upon the stars of heaven with a wonderin' and happy heart, when the dawn of mornin' and the last light of the summer evening filled me with joy, and made me love every one and everything about me, the trees, the runnin' rivers, the green fields, and all that what am I sayin'? I was a villain. When I loved and married your mother, and when but no matter. When all these things happened, I was, I say, a villain. But now that things is changed for the better, I am an honest man. Father, there is good in you yet, she said, as her eyes sparkled in the very depth of her excitement with a hopeful animation that had its source in a noble and exalted benevolence. You're not lost. Don't I say, he replied with a cold and bitter sneer, that I am an honest man? And, she replied, that's gone too, then. Look where I will, everything's dark, no hope of any kind. But no matter now, since I can't do better, I'll make them think o' me, ay, and feel me too. Come then, what have you to say to me? Let us have a walk then, replied her father. There is a weeny glimpse of sunshine for a wonder. You look heated, your face is flushed too, very much, and the walk will cool you a little. I know my face is flushed, she replied, for I feel it burnin', and so is my head. I have a pain in it, and a pain in the small of my back too. Well, come, he continued, and a walk will be of service to you. They then went out in the direction of the Rabbit Bank, the Prophet, during their walk, availing himself of her evident excitement to draw from her the history of its origin. Such a task, indeed, was easily accomplished, for this singular creature, in whom love of truth, as well as detestation of all falsehood and subterfuge, seemed to have been a moral instinct, at once disclosed to him the state of her affections, and indeed all that the reader already knows of her love for Dalton and her rivalry with Mave Sullivan. These circumstances were such precisely as he could have wished for, and our readers need scarcely be told that he failed not to aggravate her jealousy of Mave, nor to suggest to her the necessity on her part, if she possessed either pride or spirit, to prevent her union with Dalton by every means in her power. "I'll do it," she replied, "I'll do it. To be sure I feel it's not right, and if I had one single hope in this world, I'd scorn it. But I'm now desperate. I tried to be good, but I'm only a cobweb before the wind. Everything is against me, and I think I'm like some one that never had a guardian angel to take care of them." The Prophet then gave her a detailed account of their plan for carrying away Mave Sullivan, and of his own subsequent intentions in life. "We have more than one iron in the fire," he proceeded, "and as soon as everything comes off right, and to our wishes, we'll not lose a single hour in going to America." "I didn't think," said Sarah, "that Dalton ever murdered Sullivan till I heard him confess it. But I can well understand it now. He was hasty, father, and did it in a passion. But it's himself that has a good heart. Father, don't blame me for what I say, but I'd rather be that pious, affectionate old man, with his murder on his head, than you in the state you're in. And that's true, I must turn back and go to them. I'm too long away. Still something ails me. I'm all sickish, my head and back especially." "Go home to your own place," he replied. "Maybe it's the sickness you're takin'." "Oh, no," she replied, "I felt this way once or twice before, and I know it'll go off me. Good-bye. Good-bye, Sarah, and remember honour bright and secrecy." "Secrecy, father, I grant you, but never honour bright for me again. It's the world that makes me do it, the wicked, dark, cruel world that has me as I am, without a livin' heart to love me, that's what makes me do it." They then separated, he pursuing his way to Dick of the Grange's, and she to the miserable cabin of the Daltons. They had not gone far, however, when she returned, and calling after him, said, "I have thought it over again, and won't promise altogether till I see you again." "Are you goin' back on your word so soon?" he asked, with a kind of sarcastic sneer. "I thought you never broke your word, Sarah." She paused, and after looking about her as if in perplexity, she turned on her heel and proceeded in silence. Chapter 26. The pedlar runs a close risk of the stocks. Nelly's suspicions, apparently well founded as they had been, were removed from the prophet, not so much by the disclosure to her and Sarah of his having been so long cognizant of Sullivan's murder by Dalton, as by that unhappy man's own confession of the crime. Still, in spite of all that had yet happened, she could not divest herself of an impression that something dark and guilty was associated with the tobacco box, an impression which was strengthened by her own recollections of certain incidents that occurred upon a particular night much about the time of Sullivan's disappearance. Her memory, however, being better as to facts than to time, was such as prevented her from determining whether the incidents alluded to had occurred previous to Sullivan's murder or afterwards. There remained, however, just enough of suspicion to torment her own mind, without enabling her to arrive at any satisfactory conclusion as to Donnel's positive guilt, arising from the mysterious incidents in question. A kind of awakened conscience, too, resulting not from any principle of true repentance, but from superstitious alarm, and a conviction that the prophet had communicated to Sarah a certain secret connected with her, which she dreaded so much to have known, had for some time past rendered her whole life a singular compound of weak terror, ill temper, gloom, and a kind of conditional repentance, which depended altogether upon the fact of her secret being known. In this mood it was that she left the cabin as we have described. "I'm not fit to die," she said to herself after she had gone, "and that's the second offer for my life she has made. Anyway, it's the best of my play to leave them, and above all to keep away from her. That's the second attempt, and I know to a certainty that if she makes a third one, it'll do for me. Oh, no doubt of that. The third time's always the charm. And into my heart that unlucky knife'll go, if she ever tries it a third time. They tell me," she proceeded, soliloquizing as she was in the habit of doing, "that the inquest is to be held in a day or two, and that the crowner was only unwell a trifle, and hadn't the sickness after all. No matter. Not all the weather in the sky 'ud clear my mind that there's not villainy joined with that tobaccy box, though where it could go, or what could come of it, barrin' the devil himself or the fairies took it, I don't know." So far as concerned the coroner, the rumour of his having caught the prevailing typhus was not founded on fact. A short indisposition, arising from a cold caught by a severe wetting, but by no means of a serious or alarming nature, was his only malady, and when the day to which the inquest had been postponed had arrived, he was sufficiently recovered to conduct that important investigation. A very large crowd was assembled upon the occasion, and a deep interest prevailed throughout that part of the country. The circumstances, however, did not, as it happened, admit of any particular difficulty. Jerry Sullivan and his friends attended, as was their duty, in order to give evidence touching the identity of the body. This, however, was a matter of peculiar difficulty. On disinterring the remains, it was found that the clothes worn at the time of the murder had not been buried with them. In other words, that the body had been stripped of all but the undergarment, previous to its interment. The evidence, nevertheless, of the Black Prophet and of Red Rody was conclusive. The truth, however, of most, if not of all the details, but not of the fact itself, was denied by old Dalton, who had sufficiently recovered from his illness to be present at the investigation. The circumstances deposed to by the two witnesses were sufficiently strong and home to establish the fact against him, although he impugned the details, as we have stated, but admitted that, after a hard battle with weighty sticks, he did kill Sullivan with an unlucky blow, and left him dead in a corner of the field for a short time near the Grey Stone. He said that he did not bury the body, but that he carried it soon afterwards from the field in which the unhappy crime had been committed to the roadside, where he laid it for a time in order to procure assistance. He said he then changed his mind, and having become afraid to communicate the unhappy accident to any of the neighbors, he fled in great terror across the adjoining mountains, where he wandered nearly frantic until the approach of daybreak the next morning. He then felt himself seized with an uncontrollable anxiety to return to the scene of the conflict, which he did, and found, not much to his surprise indeed, that the body had been removed, for he supposed at the time that Sullivan's friends must have brought it home. This, he declared, was the truth, neither more nor less, and he concluded by solemnly stating that he knew no more than the child unborn what had become of the body or how it disappeared. He also acknowledged that he was very much intoxicated at the time of the quarrel, and that were it not for the shock he received by perceiving that the man was dead, he thought he would not have had anything beyond a confused and indistinct recollection of the circumstances at all. He admitted also that he had threatened Sullivan in the market, and followed him closely for the purpose of beating him, but maintained that the fatal blow was not given with an intention of taking his life. The fact, on the contrary, that the body had been privately buried and stripped before interment, was corroborated by the circumstance of Sullivan's body-coat having been found the next morning in a torn and bloody state, together with his great coat and hat. But indeed the impression upon the minds of many was that Dalton's version of the circumstances was got up for the purpose of giving to what was looked upon as a deliberate assassination the character of simple homicide or manslaughter, so as that he might escape the capital felony and come off triumphantly by a short imprisonment. The feeling against him, too, was strengthened and exasperated by the impetuous resentment with which he addressed himself to the Prophet and Rody Duncan, while giving their evidence, for it was not unreasonable to suppose that the man who, at his years and in such awful circumstances, could threaten the lives of the witnesses against him as he did, would not hesitate to commit, in a fit of that ungovernable passion that had made him remarkable through life, the very crime with which he stood charged, through a similar act of blind and ferocious vengeance. Others, on the contrary, held different opinions, and thought that the old man's account of the matter was both simple and natural, and bore the stamp of sincerity and truth upon the very face of it. Jerry Sullivan only swore that, to the best of his opinion, The skeleton found was much about the size of what his brother's would be, but as the proof of his private interment by Dalton had been clearly established by the evidence of the Prophet and Rody, constituting as it did an unbroken chain of circumstances which nothing could resist, the jury had no hesitation in returning the following verdict. We find a verdict of wilful murder against Cornelius Dalton, Sr., for that he, on or about the night of the 14th of December, in the year of grace 1798, did follow and waylay Bartholomew Sullivan, and deprive him of his life by blows and violence, having threatened him to the same effect in the early part of the aforesaid day. During the progress of the investigation, our friend the pedlar and Charley Hanlon were anxious and deeply attentive spectators. The former never kept his eyes off the Prophet, but surveyed him with a face in which it was difficult to say whether the expression was one of calm conviction or astonishment. When the investigation had come to a close, he drew Hanlon aside and said, "That swearin', Charley, was too clear, and if I was on the jury myself I would find the same verdict. May the Lord support the poor old man in the meantime, for in spite of all that happened, one can't help pitying him, or at any rate his unfortunate family. However, see what comes by not having a curb over one's passions when the blood's up." "God's a just God," replied Hanlon. "The murderer deserves his punishment, and I hope will meet it." "There is little doubt of it," said the pedlar. "The hand of God is in it all." "That's more than I see or can at the present time, then," replied Hanlon. "Why should my aunt stay away so long? But I dare say the truth is, she is either sick or dead, and if that's the case, what's all you have said or done worth? You see, it's but a chance still." "Trust in God," replied the pedlar. "That's all either of us can do or say now. There's the coffin. I'm told they're going to bury him, and to have the greatest funeral that ever was in the country. But God knows there's funerals enough in the neighbourhood without their making a show of themselves with this." "There's no truth in that report either," said Hanlon. "I was speaking to Jerry Sullivan this morning, and I have it from him that they intend to bury him as quietly as they can. He's much changed from what he was, Jerry is, and doesn't wish to have the old man hanged at all, if he can prevent it. Hanged or not, Charley, I must go on with my petition to Dick o' the Grange. Of course I have no chance, but maybe the Lord put something good into Travers's heart when he bid me bring it to him. At any rate, it can do no harm." "Nor any earthly good," replied the other. "The farm is this minute the property of Darby Skinadre, and to my knowledge Master Dick has a good £100 in his pocket for befriendin' the mealmonger. Still and all, Charley, I'll go to the father if it was only because the agent wishes it. I promised I would, and who knows, at any rate, but he may do something for the poor Daltons himself when he finds that the villain that robbed and ruined them won't." "So far you may be right," said Hanlon, "and as you say, if it does no good, it can do no harm. But for my part, I can scarcely think of anything but my poor aunt. What, in God's name, except sickness or death, can keep her away, I don't know." "Put your trust in God, man, that's my advice to you." "And a good one it is," replied the other, "if we could only follow it up as we ought. Every one here wonders at the change that's come over me. I that was so light and airy, and so fond of every diversion that was to be had, am now as grave as a parson. But indeed no wonder, for ever since that awful night at the Greystone, since both nights indeed, I'm not the same man, and feel as if there was a weight come over me that nothing will remove, unless we traced the murder, and I hardly know what to say about it, now that my aunt isn't forthcoming." Trust in God, I tell you, for as you live, truth will come to light yet." The conversation took various changes as they proceeded until they reached the Grange, where the first person they met was Jemmy Branigan, who addressed his old enemy, the pedlar, in that particularly dry and ironical tone which he was often in the habit of using when he wished to disguise a friendly act in an ungracious garb, a method of granting favours, by the way, to which he was proverbially addicted. In fact, a surly answer from Jemmy was as frequently indicative of his intention to serve you with his master as it was otherwise. But so adroitly did he disguise his sentiments that no earthly penetration could develop them until proved by the result. Jemmy, besides, liked the pedlar at heart for his open, honest scurrility, a quality which he latterly found extremely beneficial to himself, inasmuch as now that increasing infirmity had incapacitated his master from delivering much of the alternate abuse that took place between them, he experienced great relief every moment from a fresh breathing with his rather eccentric opponent. "Jemmy," said Hanlon, "is the master in the office?" "Is he in the office? Who wants him?" And as he put the query, he accompanied it by a look of ineffable contempt at the pedlar. "Your friend the pedlar wants him, and so now," added Hanlon, "I leave you both to fight it out between you." "You're comin' wid your petition, and a purty object you are, goin' to look after a farm for a man that'll be hanged, may God forbid, this day, amen," he exclaimed, in an undertone which the other could not hear. "And what can you expect but to get kicked out or put in the stocks for attemptin' to take a farm over another man's head?" "What other man's head? Nobody has it yet." "Ay, has there. A very decent, respectable man has it, by name one Darby Skinadre. May he never warm his hungry nose in the same farm, the miserable quixote that he is this day," he added in another soliloquy which escaped the pedlar. "A very honest man is Darby Skinadre, so you may save yourself the trouble, I say. At any rate, there's no harm in tryin'. Worse than fail we can't, and if we succeed, it'll be good to come in for anything from the old scoundrel before the devil gets him." Jemmy gave him a look. "Why, what have you to say against the old boy? Sure it's not casting reflections on your own master you'd be." "Oh, not at all," replied the pedlar, "especially when I'm expectin' a favour from one of his servants. Truth, he'll soon by all accounts have his hook in the old clip of the Grange, and after that some of his friends will soon folly him. I wouldn't be meanin' one Jemmy Branigan, oh dear no, but it's a sure case that the black boy's intention to take the whole family by instalments, and with respect to the servants, to place them in their old situations. Faith, you'll have a warm berth of it, Jemmy, and well you deserve it." "Why then, you circulating vagabond," replied Jemmy, "if you weren't a close friend to him, you'd not know his intentions so well. Don't let out on yourself, man alive, unless you have the face to be proud of your acquaintance, which in truth is more than anyone, barrin' the same set, could be of you." "Well, well," retorted the pedlar, "sure blood alive, as we're all of the same connection, let us not quarrel now, but serve another if we can. Go and tell the old blackguard I want to see him about business." "Will I tell him you're itchy about the hawks, eh? However, the truth is that they," and he pointed to the stocks, "might be justice, but no novelty to you. The iron gathers is an ornament you often wore, and will again, please goodness." "Truth, and your ornament is one you'll never wear a second time. The hemp collar will grace your neck yet, but never mind, you're leadin' a life to deserve it. See now if I can speak a word with your master for a poor family." "Why then, to avoid your tongue, I may as well tell you that himself, Master Richard, and Darby Skinadre's in the office, and if you can use the same blackguard tongue as well in a good cause as you can in a bad one, it would be well for the poor creatures. Go in now, and," he added in another soliloquy, "may the Lord prosper his virtuous endeavours, the vagabond, although all hope of that's past, I doubt. For hasn't Skinadre the promise, and Master Richard the bribe? However, who can tell? So God prosper the vagabond, I say again." End of section 12. Section 13 of The Black Prophet by William Carleton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 13. The pedlar, on entering, found old Henderson sitting in an armchair, with one of his legs, as usual, bandaged and stretched out before him on another chair. He seemed much worn and debilitated, and altogether had the appearance of a man whose life was not worth a single week's purchase. Skinadre was about taking leave of his patron, the son, who had been speaking to him as the pedlar entered. "Don't be uneasy, Darby," he said. "We can't give you a lease for about a week or fortnight, but the agent is now here, and we must first take out new leases ourselves. As soon as we do, you shall have yours. If you only knew, your honour, the scrapin' I had in these hard times to get together that 100 " "Hush there," said the other, clapping his hand, with an air of ridicule and contempt upon the miser's mouth. "That will do now. Be off, and depend upon mum. You understand, Mo. Ha, ha, ha. That's not a bad move, father," he added. "However, I think we must give him the farm." The pedlar had been standing in the middle of the floor when young Dick, turning round, suddenly asked him with a frown, occasioned by the fact of his having overheard this short dialogue, what he wanted. "God save your honours, gentlemen," said the pedlar in a loud, straightforward voice. "I'm glad to see your honour looking so well," he added, turning to the father. "It's fresh and young you're gettin', sir, glory be to God." "Who is this fellow, Dick? Do you think I look better, my man?" "Says Jimmy Branigan to me afore I came in," proceeded the pedlar. "He's a true friend of mine, your honour, Jimmy is, and 'ud go to the well of the world's end to serve me. Says he, you'll be delighted, Harry, to see the master look so fresh and well. And the cursed old hypocrite is just after telling me, Dick, to prepare for a long journey, adding for my consolation that it won't be a troublesome one, as it will be all downhill." "Why," replied the son, "he has given you that information for the 10,000th time, to my own knowledge. What does this man want? What's your business, my good fellow?" "Beggin' your pardon, sir," replied the pedlar, "will you allow me to ask you one question? Were you ever in the 47th foot? Oh, bedad, it must be him to a certainty," he added, as if to himself. "No," replied Dick. "Why so?" "Take care, your honour," said the pedlar, smiling roguishly. "Take care now, your honour. If it wasn't you—" "What are you speaking about? What do you mean?" asked the young man. The pedlar went over to him and said in a low voice, looking cautiously at the father, as if he didn't wish that he should hear him, "It was surely your honour took away Lord Handicap's daughter when you were an ensign, the handsome ensign, as they called you, in the 47th, eh? Faix, I knew you the minute I looked at you. Ha, ha, ha! Do you know what, father? He says I'm the handsome ensign of the 47th that took away Lord Handicap's daughter." "The greatest beauty in all England," added the pedlar. "And I knew him wanst, your honour." "Well, Dick, that's a compliment at any rate," replied the father. "Were you ever in the 47th?" asked the son, smiling. "Aha!" returned the pedlar, with a knowing wink. "Behave yourself, captain. I'm not so soft as all that comes to. But sure as I have a favour to ax from your honor, your father, I'm glad to have your assistance. Faix, by all accounts, you pleaded your own cause well at any rate, and I hope you'll give me a lift now wid his honor here." Dick the younger laughed heartily, but really had not ready virtue sufficient about to disclaim the pedlar's compliment. "Come, then," he added, "let us hear what your favour is." "Oh, then, thank you, and God bless you, captain. It's this, only to know if you'd be good enough to grant a new lease of Cargah farm to young Condy Dalton, for the old man, by all accounts, is not long for this world." Both turned their eyes upon him with a look of singular astonishment. "Who are you at all, my good fellow?" asked the father, "or what devil drove you here on such an impudent message? A lease to the son of that old murderer and his crew of beggars? That's good, Dick. Well done, soldier. Will you back him in that, captain? Ha, ha, ha! Damn me, if I ever heard the like of it." "I hope you will back me, captain," said the pedlar. "Upon what grounds, comrade? Ha, ha, ha! Go on, let us hear you." "Why, your honor, because he's best entitled to it. Think of what it was when he got it, and think of what it is now, and then ax yourselves who raised it in value and made it worth twiste what it was worth. Wasn't it the Daltons? Didn't they lay out near £800 upon it, and didn't you at every renewal screw them up, beggin' your pardon, gentlemen, until they found that the more they improved it the poorer they were gettin', and now that it lies there worth double its value, and they that made it so, to put money into your pocket, beggars, within a few hundred yards of it, wouldn't it be rather hard to let them die and starve in destitution, and them wishin' to get it back at a reasonable rent?" "In this country, brother soldier," replied Dick ironically, "we generally starve first and die afterwards." "You may well say so, your honor, and God knows there's not upon the face of the earth a country where starvation is so much practised or so well understood. Faith, unfortunately, it's the national diversion with us. However, is what I'm sayin' reasonable, gentlemen?" "Exceedingly so," said Dick. "Go on." "Well, then, I wish to know, will you give them a new lease of their farm?" "You do you?" "Troth I do, your honor." "Well, then," replied the son, "I beg to inform you that we will not." "Why so, your honor?" "Simply, you knave," exclaimed the father in a passion, "because we don't wish it. Kick him out, Dick." "My good friend and brother soldier," said Dick, "the fact is that we are about to introduce a new system altogether upon our property. We are determined to manage it upon a perfectly new principle. It has been too much sublet under us, and we have resolved to rectify this evil. That is our answer. You get no lease. Provide for yourself and your friends, the Daltons, as best you can, but on this property you get no lease. That is your answer." "Begone now, you scoundrel," said the father, "and not a word more out of your head." "Gentlemen, gentlemen," exclaimed the pedlar, "have you no consciences? Is there no justice in the world? The misery and sorrow and sufferin' of this misfortunate family will be upon you, I doubt, if you don't do them justice. Touch the bell, Dick. Here, some one. Jimmy Branigan, Harry, Lowry, Jack Clinton, where are you all, you scoundrels? Here, put this rascal in the stocks immediately. In with him." Jimmy, who from an adjoining room had been listening to every word that passed, now entered. "Here, you, sir, clap this vagabond in the stocks for his insolence. He has come here purposely to insult myself and my son. To the stocks with him at once." "No," replied Jimmy, "the devil resave, the stock will go on him this day. Didn't I hear every word that passed? And what did he say but the truth, and what every one knows to be the truth? Put him in the stocks, I desire you, this instant. Troth, if you were to look at your mug in the glass, you'd feel that you'll soon be in a worse stocks yourself than ever you put any poor creature into," replied the redoubtable Jimmy. "Do you be off about your business in the meantime, you good-natured vagabond, or this old firebrand will get some one with less conscience than I have, that'll clap you in them." "Never mind, father," observed the son, "let the fellow go about his business. He's not worth your resentment." The pedlar took the hint and withdrew, accompanied by Jemmy, on whose face there was a grin of triumph that he could not conceal. "I told you," he added, as they went down the steps, "that the same stocks was afore you, and in the meantime, God pardon me for the injustice I did in keeping you out of them." "Go on," replied the other, "divil harsh words ever I'll say to you again." "Troth will you," said Jimmy, "and both of us will be as fresh as a daisy in the mornin', please goodness. I have scarcely any one to abuse me, or to abuse either, now that the old master is so feeble." Jimmy extended his hand as he spoke, and gave the pedlar a squeeze, the cordiality of which was strongly at variance with the abuse he had given him. "God bless you," said the pedlar, returning the pressure. "Your bark is worse than your bite. I'm off now to mention the reception they gave me, and the answers I got, to a man that will, maybe, bring themselves to their marrow bones afore long." "Ay, but don't abuse 'em for all that," replied Jimmy, "for I won't bear it." "Troth," returned the other, "you're a queer Jimmy, and so God bless you." Having uttered these words in an amicable and grateful spirit, our friend the pedlar bent his steps to the head inn of the next town, being that of the Assizes, where Mr. Travers, the agent, kept his office. Chapter 28. Sarah ill, Mave again heroic. Young Henderson, whose passion for Mave Sullivan was neither virtuous nor honorable, would not have lent himself, notwithstanding, to the unprincipled projects of the prophet, had not that unworthy personage gradually and dishonestly drawn him into a false position. In other words, he led the vain and credulous young man to believe that Mave had been seized with a secret affection for him, and was willing, provided everything was properly managed, to consent to an elopement. For this purpose it was necessary that the plan should be executed without violence, as the prophet well knew, because, on sounding young Dick upon that subject, in an early stage of the business, he had ascertained that the proposal of anything bordering upon outrage or force would instantly cause him to withdraw from the project altogether. For this reason, then, he found it necessary, if possible, to embark Sarah as an accomplice, otherwise he could not effect his design without violence, and he felt that her cooperation was required to sustain the falsehood of his assertions to Henderson with regard to Mave's consent to place herself under his protection. This was to be brought about so as to hoodwink Henderson in the following manner. The prophet proposed that Sarah should, by his own or her ingenuity, contrive to domicile herself in Jerry Sullivan's house for a few days, previous to the execution of their design, not only for the purpose of using her influence, such as it was, to sway the young creature's mind and principles from the path of rectitude and virtue, by dwelling upon the luxury and grandeur of her future life with Henderson, whose intentions were to be represented as honorable, but, if necessary, to leave a free ingress to the house, so as that under any circumstances, and even with a little violence, Mave should be placed in Henderson's hands. Should the prophet, by his management, effect this, he was to receive a certain sum of money from his employer the moment he or his party had her in their possession, for such were the terms of the agreement. Otherwise Donnel Dhu reserved to himself the alternative of disclosing the matter to her friends, and acquainting them with her situation. This, at all events, was readily consented to by Henderson, whose natural vanity and extraordinary opinion of his own merits in the eyes of the sex prevented him from apprehending any want of success with Mave, provided he had an opportunity of bringing the influence of his person and his wonderful powers of persuasion to bear upon such a simple country girl as he considered her to be. So far, then, he had taken certain steps to secure himself, whilst he left Henderson to run the risk of such contingencies as might in all probability arise from the transaction. This, however, was but an underplot of the Prophet, whose object was indeed far beyond that of becoming the paltry instrument of a rusty intrigue. It was a custom with Dick of the Grange, for a few years previous to the date of our story, to sleep during the assizes in the head inn of the town, attended by Jemmy Branigan. This was rendered in some degree necessary by the condition of his bad leg, and his extraordinary devotion to convivial indulgence, a propensity to which he gave full stretch during the social license of the grand jury dinners. Now the general opinion was that Henderson always kept large sums of money in the house, an opinion which we believe to have been correct, and which seemed to have been confirmed by the fact that on no occasion were both father and son ever known to sleep out of the house at the same time, to which we may also add another, that is, that the whole family were well provided with firearms, which were freshly primed and loaded every night. The Prophet, therefore, had so contrived it, that young Dick's design upon Mave Sullivan, or, in other words, the Prophet's own design upon the money coffers of the Grange, should render his absence from home necessary whilst his father was swilling at the assizes, by which arrangement, added to others that will soon appear, the house must, to a certain degree, be left unprotected or altogether under the care of dissolute servants, whose habits, caught from those of the establishment, were remarkable for dissipation and neglect. The Prophet, indeed, was naturally a plotter. It is not likely, however, that he would ever have thought of projecting the robbery of the Grange, had he not found himself, as he imagined, foiled in his designs upon Mave Sullivan by the instinctive honour and love of truth which shone so brilliantly in the neglected character of his extraordinary daughter. Having first entrapped her into a promise of secrecy, a promise which he knew death itself would scarcely induce her to violate, he disclosed to her the whole plan in the most plausible and mitigated language. Effort after effort was made to work upon her principles, but in vain. Once or twice, it is true, she entertained the matter for a time, but a momentary deliberation soon raised her naturally noble and generous spirit above the turpitude of so vile a project. It was then, in this state of things, that the failure of the one and the lesser plan, through the incorruptible honour of his daughter, drove him upon the larger and more tempting one of the burglary. In this latter he took unto himself as his principal accomplice Red Rody Duncan, whose anxiety to procure the driver's situation arose from the necessity that existed to have a friend in the house who might aid them in effecting a quiet entrance, and by unloading or wetting the firearms, neutralize the resistance which they might otherwise expect. Sarah's excitement and distraction, however, resulting from her last interview with young Dalton, giving as it did a fatal blow to her passion and her hopes, vehement and extraordinary as they were, threw her across her father's path at the precise moment when her great but unregulated spirit, inflamed by jealousy and reckless from despair, rendered her almost accessible to the wily and aggravating arguments with which he tempted and overcame her. Thus did he, as far as human means could devise or foresight calculate, provide for the completion of 2 plots instead of 1. It is true, Mave Sullivan was not left altogether without being forewarned. Nobody, however, had made her acquainted with the peculiar nature of the danger that was before her. Nelly M'Gowan, as she was called, had strongly cautioned her against both Donnel and Sarah, but then Nelly herself was completely in the dark as to the character of the injury against which she warned her, so that her friendly precautions were founded more upon the general and unscrupulous profligacy of Donnel's principles and his daughter's violence than upon any particular knowledge she possessed of her intentions towards her. Mave's own serene and innocent disposition was such in fact as to render her not easily impressed by suspicion, and our readers may have perceived by the interview which took place between her and Sarah that from the latter she apprehended no injury. It was on the following day after that interview, about 2 o'clock, that while she was spreading some clothes upon the garden hedge during a sickly gleam of sunshine, our friend the pedlar made his appearance and entered her father's house. Mave, having laid her washing before the sun, went in and found him busily engaged in showing his wares, which consisted principally of cutlery and trinkets. The pedlar, as she entered, threw a hasty glance at her, perceived that she shook down her luxuriant hair, which had been disarranged by a branch of thorn that was caught in it while stretching over the hedge. She at once recognized him and blushed deeply, but he seemed altogether to have forgotten her. "Ah!" he exclaimed, "well, that I may be blessed, but it's many a long day since I seen such a head o' hair as that. Holy Saint, countryman, but it's a beauty. Musha O'Orogal, maybe you'll dispose of it, for in truth, if ever a livin' face could afford to part with its best ornament, yours is that one." Mave smiled and blushed at the compliment, and the pedlar eyed her apparently with a mixed feeling of admiration and compassion. "No," she replied, "I haven't any desire to part with it." "You had the sickness, maybe?" "Thanks be to the mercy of God," she fervently exclaimed, "no one in this family has had it yet." "Well, achora," he continued, "if you take my advice, you'll dispose of it, in regard that if the sickness, which may God prevent, should come, it will be well for you to have it off you. If you sell it, I'll give you either money or value for it, for indeed, and truth, it flogs all I've seen this many a day." "They say," observed her mother, "that it's not lucky to sell one's hair, and whether it's true or not I don't know, but I'm told for a certainty that there's not a girl that ever sold it but was sure to catch the sickness." "I know that there's truth in that," said Jerry himself. "There's Sally Hackett and Mary Geoghegan and Katy Dowdall all sold it, and not one of them escaped the sickness. And moreover, didn't I hear Mr. Cooper, the bleedin' doctor, say himself in the market on Saturday that the people couldn't do a worse thing than cut their hair close, as it lets the sickness in by the head, and makes it 10 times as hard upon them when it comes." "Well, well, there's no arguin' wid you," said the pedlar. "All I say is, that you ought to part wid it, acushla. By all means you ought." "Never mind him, Mave, darlin'," said her mother, whose motive in saying so was altogether dictated by affectionate apprehensions for her health. "No," replied her daughter, "it is not my intention, mother, to part with what God has given me. I have no notion of it." At this stage of the dialogue, her eldest brother, who had been getting a horse shod at the next forge, entered the house and threw himself carelessly on a chair. His appearance occasioned a slight pause in the conversation. "Well, Denny," said the father, "what's the news?" "Bad news with the Daltons," replied the boy. "With the Daltons!" exclaimed Mave, trembling and getting paler, if possible, than she was. "For God's mercy, Denis, what has happened amongst them?" "I met Mrs. Dalton a while ago," he replied, "and she told me that they had no one now to take care of them. Sarah M'Gowan, the Black Prophet's daughter, has catched the sickness, and is lyin' in a shed there beyant, that a poor travellin' family was in about a week ago. Mrs. Dalton says her own family isn't worse with the sickness, but better, she thinks. But she was cryin', the decent creature, and she says they'll die with neglect and starvation, for she must be out, and there's no one to attend to them, and they have nothing but the black water, God help them." While he spoke, Mave's eyes were fastened upon him, as if the sentence of her own life or death was about to issue from his lip. Gradually, however, she breathed more freely. A pale red tinged her cheek for a moment, after which a greater paleness settled upon it again. The pedlar shook his head. "Ah," he exclaimed, "they are hard times, sure enough. May the Lord bring us all safe through them. Well, I see I'm not likely to make my fortune among you," he added, smiling, "so I must tramp on. By any way, I must thank you for house room and your civility." "I'd offer something to eat," said Mrs. Sullivan, with evident pain. "But the truth is not a morsel," replied the other. "If the house was overflown, God bless you all, God bless you." Mave, almost immediately after her brother had concluded, passed to another room, and returned just as the old pedlar had gone out. She instantly followed him with a hasty step, while he, on hearing her foot, turned round. "You told me that you admired my hair," she said, on coming up to him. "Now, supposin' I'm willin' to sell it to you, what ought I to get for it?" "Don't be alarmed by what they say inside," replied the pedlar. "Any regular doctor would tell you that, in these times, it's safer to part wid it." "That I may be happy, but I'm tellin' you truth." "What is it worth? What are you axin'?" "I don't know, but for God's sake, cut it off, and give me the most you can afford for it. Oh, believe me, it's not on account of the mere value of it, but the money may save lives." "Why, achora, what do you intend doin' with the money, if it's a fair question to ax?" "It's not a fair question for a stranger. It's enough for me to tell you that I'll do nothing with it without my father and mother's knowledge. Here, Denny," she said, addressing her brother, who was on his way to the stable, "slip a stool through the windy, and stay wid me in the barn. I want to send you of a message in a few minutes." It is only necessary to say that the compensation was a more liberal one than Mave had at all expected, and the pedlar disencumbered her of as rich and abundant a mass of hair as ever ornamented a female head. This he did, however, in such a way as to render the absence of it as little perceptible as might be. The side locks he did not disturb, and Mave, when she put on a clean nightcap, looked as if she had not undergone any such operation. As the pedlar was going away, he called her aside, so as that her brother might not hear. "Did you ever see me afore?" he asked. "I did," she replied, blushing. "Well, achora," he proceeded, "if ever you happen to be hard set, either for yourself or your friends, send for me in widow Hanlon's house at the Grange, and maybe I may befriend either you or them, that is, as far as I can, which dear knows is not far, but still in all, send. I'm known as the Connie Sagar, or Merry Pedlar, and that'll do. God mark you, agar." Her brother's intelligence respecting the situation of the Daltons, as well as of Sarah M'Gowan, saved Mave a long explanation to her parents for the act of having parted with her hair. "We are able to live, barely able to live," she exclaimed, "and thanks be to God, we have our health. But the Daltons, oh, they'll never get through what they're sufferin'. And that girl, oh, mother, such a girl as that is, how little does the world know of the heart that a beautiful creature has. May the mercy of God rest upon her. This money is for the poor Daltons and her. We can do without it. And, mother dear, my hair will grow again. Oh, father dear, think of it, lyin' in a cold shed by the roadside, and no one to help or assist her, to hand her a drink, to ease her on her hard bed. No, on the cold earth, I suppose. Oh, think if I was in that desolate state. May God support me, but she's the first I'll see, and while I have life and strength, she mustn't want attendance. And thank God, her shed's on my way to the Daltons." She then hastily sent her brother into Ballynafail for such comforts as she deemed necessary for both parties, and in the meantime, putting a bonnet over a clean nightcap, she proceeded to the shed in which Sarah M'Gowan lay. On looking at it ere she entered, she could not help shuddering. It was such a place as the poorest pauper in the poorest cabin would not willingly place an animal in for shelter. It simply consisted of a few sticks laid up against the side of a ditch. Over these sticks were thrown a few scraws, that is, the sward of the earth cut thin. In the inside was the remnant of some loose straw, the greater part having been taken away either for bedding or firing. When Mave entered, she started at the singular appearance of Sarah. From the first moment her person had been known to her until the present, she had never seen her look half so beautiful. She literally lay stretched upon a little straw, with no other pillow than the sod of earth under that rich and glowing cheek, while her raven hair had fallen down, and added to the milk-white purity of her shining neck and bosom. "Father of mercy!" exclaimed Mave mentally, "how will she live? How can she live here? And what will become of her? Is she to die in this miserable way in a Christian land?" Sarah lay groaning with pain, and starting from time to time with the pangs of its feverish inflictions. Mave spoke not when she entered the shed, being ignorant whether Sarah was asleep or awake, but a very few moments soon satisfied her that the unhappy and deserted girl was under the influence of delirium. "I won't break my promise, father, but I'll break my heart, and I can't even give her warnin'. Ah, but it's treacherous, and I hate that. No, I'll have no hand in it. Manage it your own way. It's treacherous. She has crossed my happiness, you say. Ay, and there you're right, so she has. Only for her I might. Amn't I as handsome, you say, and as well shaped? Haven't I as white a skin, as beautiful hair, and as good eyes? People say better. And if I have, wouldn't he come to love me in time, only for her? Or if there wasn't that bar put between us? You're right. She's the cause of all my sufferin' and sorrow, she is. I agree. Down with her. Out o' my way with her. I hate the thoughts of her, and I'll join it. For mark me, father, wicked I may be, but more miserable I can't, so I'll join you in it. What need I care now?" Mave felt her heart sink, and her whole being disturbed with a heavy sense of terror, as Sarah uttered the incoherent rhapsody which we have just repeated. The vague but strongly expressed warnings which she had previously heard from Nelly, and the earnest admonitions which that person had given her to beware of evil designs on the part of Donnel Dhu and his daughter, now rushed upon her mind, and she stood looking upon the desolate girl with feelings that it is difficult to describe. She also remembered that Sarah herself had told her in their very last interview that she had other thoughts, and worse thoughts, than the fair battle of rivalry between them would justify. And it was only now, too, that the unconscious allusion to the prophet struck her with full force. Her sweet and Gentle magnanimity, however, rose over every other consideration but the frightfully desolate state of her unhappy rival. Even in this case also her own fears of contagion yielded to the benevolent sense of duty by which she was actuated. "Come what will," she said to her own heart, "we ought to return good for evil, and there's no use in knowin' what is right unless we strive to put it in practice. At any rate, poor girl, poor generous Sarah, I'm afeard that you're never likely to do harm to me or any one else in this world. May God in his mercy pity and relieve you, and restore you once more to health." Mave unconsciously repeated the last words aloud, and Sarah, who had been lying with her back to the unprotected opening of the shed, having had a slight mitigation, and but a slight one, of the paroxysm under which she had uttered the previous incoherencies, now turned round, and fixing her eyes upon Mave, kept sharply but steadily gazing at her for some time. It was quite evident, however, that consciousness had not returned, for after she had surveyed Mave for a minute or two, she proceeded: "The devil was there a while ago, but I wasn't afeard of him, because I knew that God was stronger than him. And then there came an angel, another angel, not you, and put him away. But it wasn't my guardian angel, for I never had a guardian angel. Oh, never, never. No, nor any one to take care of me, or make me love them." She uttered the last words in a tone of such deep and distressing sorrow that Mave's eyes filled with tears, and she replied: "Dear Sarah, let me be your guardian angel. I will do what I can for you. Do you not know me?" "No, I don't. Aren't you one of the angels that come about me? The place is full of them." "Unhappy girl, or maybe happy girl," exclaimed Mave, with a fresh gush of tears. "Who knows but the Almighty has your cold and deserted bed, I can't call it, surrounded with things that may comfort you, and take care that no evil thing will harm you." "Oh no, dear Sarah, I am far from that. I'm a weak sinful mortal, because they're about me continually, and let me see, who are you? I know you. One of them said a while ago, 'May God relieve you and restore you once more to health.' I heard the voice." "Dear Sarah, don't you know me?" reiterated Mave. "Look at me. Don't you know Mave Sullivan, your friend? Mave Sullivan, that knows your value and loves you?" "Who?" she asked, starting a little. "Who? What name's that? Who is it? Say it again." "Don't you know Mave Sullivan, that loves you and feels for your miserable situation, my dear Sarah? I never had a guardian angel, nor any one to take care of me, nor a mother, many a time, often the whole world, just to look at her face, and to know, feel, love me. Oh, a drink, a drink! Is there no one to give me a drink? I'm burnin'. Is there no one to get me a drink? Mave Sullivan, have pity on me. I heard some one name her. I heard her voice. I'll die without a drink." Mave looked about the desolate shed, and to her delight spied a tin porringer, which Sarah's unhappy predecessors had left behind them. Seizing this, she flew to a little stream that ran by the place, and filling the vessel, returned and placed it to Sarah's lips. She drank it eagerly, and looking piteously and painfully up into Mave's face, she laid back her head and appeared to breathe more freely. Mave hoped that the drink of cold water would have cooled her fever and assuaged her thirst, so as to have brought her to a rational state, such a state as would have enabled the poor girl to give some account of the extraordinary situation in which she found herself, and of the circumstances which occasioned her to take shelter in such a place. In this, however, she was disappointed. Sarah, having drank the cold water, once more shut her eyes, and fell into that broken and oppressive slumber which characterizes the terrible malady which had stricken her down. For some time she waited with this benign expectation, but seeing there was no likelihood of her restoration to consciousness, she again filled the tin vessel, and placing it upon a stone by her bedside, composed the poor girl's dress about her, and turned her steps toward a scene in which she expected to find equal misery. It is not our intention, however, to dwell upon it. It is sufficient to say that she found the Daltons, who, by the way, had a pretty long visit from the pedlar, as her brother had said, beginning to recover, and so far this was consolatory. But there was not within the walls of the house earthly comfort or food or nourishment of any kind. Poor Mary was literally gasping for want of sustenance, and a few hours more might have been fatal to them all. There was no fire, no gruel, milk, or anything that could in the slightest possible degree afford them relief. Her brother Denny, however, who had been desired by her to fetch his purchases directly to their cabin, soon returned, and almost at a moment that might be called the crisis, not of their malady, for that had passed, but of their fate itself. His voice was heard shouting from a distance that he had discharged his commission, for we may observe that no possible inducement could tempt him to enter that or any other house where fever was at work. Mave lost little time in administering to their wants and their weaknesses. With busy and affectionate hands she did all that could be done for them at this particular juncture. She prepared food for Mary, made whey and gruel, and left as much of her little purse as she thought could be spared from the wants of Sarah M'Gowan. In the course of 2 or 3 days afterwards, however, Sarah's situation was very much changed for the better, but until that change was effected, Mave devoted as much time to the poor girl as she could possibly spare. Nor was the force of her example without its beneficial effects in the neighborhood, especially as regarded Sarah herself. The courage she displayed, despite her constitutional timidity, communicated similar courage to others, in consequence of which Sarah was scarcely ever without some one in her bleak shed to watch and take care of her. Her father, however, on hearing of her situation, availed himself of what some of the neighbors considered a mitigation of her symptoms, and with as much care and caution as possible she was conveyed home on a kind of litter, and nurse-tended by an old woman from the next village, Nelly having disappeared from the neighborhood. The attendance of this old woman, by the way, surprised the prophet exceedingly. He had not engaged her to attend on Sarah, nor could he ascertain who had. Upon this subject she was perfectly inscrutable. All he could know or get out of her was that she had been engaged, and he could perceive also that she was able to procure her many general comforts not usually to be had about the sick bed of a person in her condition of life. Mave, during all her attendance upon Sarah, was never able to ascertain whether in the pauses of delirium she had been able to recognize her. At one period, while giving her a drink of whey, she looked up into her eyes with something like a glance of consciousness, mingled with wonder, and appeared about to speak, but in a moment it was gone, and she relapsed into her former state. This, however, was not the only circumstance that astonished Mave. The course of a single week also made a very singular change in the condition of the Daltons. Their miserable cabin began to exhibit an abundance of wholesome food, such as fresh meat, soup, tea, sugar, white bread, and even to wine, to strengthen the invalids. These things were to Mave equally a relief and a wonder, nor were the neighbors less puzzled at such an unaccountable improvement in the circumstances of this pitiable and suffering family. As in the case of Sarah, however, all these comforts and the source from whence they proceeded were shrouded in mystery. It is true, Mrs. Dalton smiled in a melancholy way when any inquiries were made about the matter, and shaking her head, declared that although she knew it was out of her power to break the seal of secrecy, or violate the promise she had made to their unknown benefactor, Sarah's fever was dreadfully severe, and for some time after her removal from the shed there was little hope of her recovery. Our friend the pedlar paid her a visit in the very height of her malady, and without permission given or asked, took the liberty, in her father's absence, of completely removing her raven hair, with the exception, as in Mave's case, of those locks which adorn the face and forehead, and to his shame and dishonesty be it told, without the slightest offer of remuneration. Chapter 28. Double Treachery. The state of the country at this period of our narrative was, indeed, singularly gloomy and miserable. Some improvement, however, had taken place in the statistics of disease, but the destitution was still so sharp and terrible that there was very little diminution of the tumults which still prevailed. Indeed, the rioting in some districts had risen to a frightful extent. The cry of the people was for either bread or work, and to still, if possible, this woeful clamour, local committees, by large subscriptions, aided in some cases by loans from government, contrived to find them employment on useful public works. Previous to this, nothing could surpass the prostration and abject subserviency with which the miserable crowds solicited food or labour. Only give them labour at any rate, say 6 pence a day, and they did not wish to beg or violate the laws. No, only give them peaceable employment, and they would rest not only perfectly contented, but deeply grateful. In the meantime, the employment they sought for was provided, not at 6 pence, but at 1 and 6 pence a day, so that for a time they appeared to feel satisfied, and matters went on peaceably enough. This, however, was too good to last. There was ever among such masses of people unprincipled knaves, known as politicians, idle vagabonds, who hate all honest employment themselves, and ask no better than to mislead and fleece the ignorant, unreflecting people, however or wherever they can. These fellows read and expound the papers on Sundays and holidays, rail not only against every government, no matter what its principles are, but in general attack all constituted authority without feeling one single spark of true national principle or independent love of liberty. It is such corrupt scoundrels that always assail the executive of the country, and at the same time supply the official staff of spies and informers with their blackest perjurers and traitors. In truth, they are always the first to corrupt, and the first to betray. You may hear these men denouncing government this week, and see them strutting about the castle, its pampered instruments, and insolent with its patronage the next. If there be a strike, conspiracy, or cabal of any kind, these patriots are at the bottom of it, and wherever ribbonism and other secret societies do not exist, there they are certain to set them a-going. For only a short time were these who had procured industrial employment permitted to rest satisfied with the efforts which had been made on their behalf. The patriots soon commenced operations. 18 pence a day was nothing. The government had plenty of money, and if the people wished to hear a truth, it could be told them by those who knew. Listen, Heather, as the Munstermen say, the country gentlemen and the committees are putting half the money into their own pockets, this being precisely what the knaves would do themselves if they were in their places, and for that reason will strike for higher wages. In this manner were the people led first into folly and ultimately into rioting and crime, for it is not, in point of fact, those who are suffering most severely that take a prominent part in these senseless tumults, or who are the first to trample upon law and order. The evil example is set to those who do suffer by these factious vagabonds, and under such circumstances, and betrayed by such delusions, the poor people join the crowd, and find themselves engaged in the outrage before they have time to reflect upon their conduct. At the time of which we write, however, the government did not consider it any part of its duty to take a deep interest in the domestic or social improvement of the people. The laws of the country at that period had but one aspect, that of terror, for it was evident that the legislature of the day had forgotten that neither an individual nor a people can both love and fear the same object at the same time. The laws checked insubordination and punished crime, and having done this, the great end and object of all law was considered to have been attained. We hope, however, the day has come when education, progress, improvement, and reward will shed their mild and peaceful lustre upon our statute books, and banish from them those draconian enactments that engender only fear and hatred, breathe of cruelty, and have their origin in a tyrannical love of blood. We have said that the aspect of the country was depressing and gloomy, but we may add here that these words convey but a vague and feeble idea of the state to which the people at large were reduced. The general destitution, the famine, sickness, and death, which had poured such misery and desolation over the land, left, as might be expected, their terrible traces behind them. Indeed, the sufferings which a year of famine and disease, and they usually either accompany or succeed each other, inflicts upon the multitudes of poor, are such as no human pen could at all describe, so as to portray a picture sufficiently faithful to the dreary and death-like spirit which should breathe in it. Upon the occasion we write of, nothing met you, go where you might, but suffering and sorrow and death, to which we may add tumult and crime and bloodshed. Scarcely a family but had lost one or more. Every face you met was an index of calamity, and bore upon it the unquestionable impressions of struggle and hardship. Cheerfulness and mirth had gone and were forgotten. All the customary amusements of the people had died away. Almost every house had a lonely and deserted look, for it was known that one or more beloved beings had gone out of it to the grave. A dark, heartless spirit was abroad. The whole land, in fact, mourned, and nothing on which the eye could rest bore a green or a thriving look, or any symptom of activity, but the churchyards, and here the digging and delving were incessant. At the early twilight, during the gloomy noon, the dreary dusk, and the still more funeral-looking light of the midnight taper, the first days of the assizes were now near, and among all those who awaited them, there was none whose fate excited so profound an interest as that of old Condy Dalton. His family had now recovered from their terrible sufferings, and were able to visit him in his prison, a privilege which was awarded to them as a mark of respect for their many virtues, and of sympathy for their extraordinary calamities and trials. They found him resigned to his fate, but stunned with wonder at the testimony on which he was likely to be convicted. The pedlar, who appeared to take so singular an interest in the fortunes of his family, sought and obtained a short interview with him, in which he requested him to state, as accurately as he could remember, the circumstances on which the prosecution was founded, precisely as they occurred. This he did, closing his account by the usual burden of all his conversation ever since he went to gaol. "I know I must suffer, but I think nothing of myself, only for the shame it will bring upon my family." Sarah's unexpected illness disconcerted at least one of the projects of Donnel Dhu. There were now only 2 days until the assizes, and she was as yet incapable of leaving her bed, although in a state of convalescence. This mortified the prophet very much, but his subtlety and invention never abandoned him. It struck him that the most effectual plan now would be, as Sarah's part in aiding to take away Mave was out of the question, to merge the violence to which he felt they must resort into that of the famine riots, and under the character of one of these tumults to succeed, if possible, in removing Mave from her father's house ere her family could understand the true cause of her removal. Those who were to be engaged in this were, besides, principally strangers, to whom neither Mave nor her family were personally known, and as a female cousin of hers, an orphan, had come to reside with them until better times should arrive, it would be necessary to have some one among the party who knew Mave sufficiently to make no mistake as to her person. For this purpose judiciously fixed upon Thomas Dalton as the most appropriate individual to execute this act of violence against the very family who were likely to be the means of bringing his father to a shameful death. This young man had not yet recovered the use of his reason, so as to be considered sane. He still roved about as before, sometimes joining the mobs and leading them on to the outrage, and sometimes sauntering in a solitary mood, without seeming altogether conscious of what he did or said. To secure his cooperation was a matter of little difficulty, and the less so as he heard, with infinite satisfaction, that Dalton was perpetually threatening every description of vengeance against the Sullivans about to be tried, and very likely to suffer for the murder. It was now the day but one previous to the commencement of the assizes, and our readers will be kind enough to accompany us to the Grange, or rather to the garden of the Grange, at the gate of which our acquaintance Red Rody is knocking. He has knocked 2 or 3 times, and sent on each occasion Hanlon, old Dick, young Dick, together with all the component parts of the establishment, to a certain territory where, so far as its legitimate historians assure us, the coldness of the climate has never been known to give any particular offence. "I know he's inside, for didn't I see him goin' in? Well, may all the devils Oh, good morrow, Charley. Troth, you'd make a good messenger for death. I'm knocking here till I have lost the use of my arm wid downright fatigue." "Never mind, Rody, you'll recover it before you're twice married. Come in." They then entered. "Well, Rody, what's the news?" "What the news, is it? Why, then it's anything in the shape of news, of good news, I mean, to be had in such a country as this. Troth, it's a shame for any one that has health and limbs to remain in it. And now that you're answered, what's the news yourself, Charley? I hope that the driver's ship's safe at last. I thought I was to sleep at home in my comfortable berth last." "Not now, till after the 'sizes, Rody." "The master's goin' to them, because I heard he wasn't able." "He's goin', he says, happen what may. He thinks it's the last visit to them, and I agree wid him. He'll soon have a greater 'sizes and a different judge to meet." "Ay, Charley, think of that now, and tell me he sleeps in Ballyfinale as usual, eh now?" "He does, of course." "And Jimmy Branigan goes along wid him? Are you foolish, Coddy? Do you think he could live without him?" "Well, I believe not. Troth, whenever the old fellow goes in the next world, there'll be no keepin' Jemmy from him. Howandiver, do drop that. Isn't these poor times, Charley, and isn't this a poor country to live in, or it would be nearer the truth to say starvin'?" "No, but it would be the truth itself," replied the other. "What is there over the whole country but starvation and misery?" "Any dreams about America since, Charley, hey now?" "Maybe ay, and maybe no, Rody. Is it true that Tom Dalton threatens all kinds of vengeance on the Sullivans?" "Ay, it is, and the whole country says that he's as ready to knock one of them on the head as ever the father before him was." "They don't think the better of the old man for it. But what do you mean by maybe ay and maybe no, Charley? What do you mean by axin' me?" Each looked keenly for some time at the other as he spoke, and after this there was a pause. At length Hanlon, placing his hand upon Rody's shoulder, replied: "Rody, it won't do. I know the design, and I tell you now that one word from my lips could have you brought up at the assizes, tried, and I won't say the rest. You're betrayed." The ruffian's lip fell, his voice faltered, and he became pale. "Ay," proceeded the other, "you may well look astonished; but listen, you talk about goin' to America. Do you wish to go?" "Of course I do," replied Body, "of course, not a doubt of it." "Well," proceeded Hanlon again, "listen still. Your plan's discovered, you're betrayed, but I can't tell you who betrayed you. I'm not at liberty. Now listen, I say, come this way. Couldn't you and I ourselves do the thing? Couldn't we make the haul, and couldn't we cut off to America without any danger to signify? That is, if you can be faithful." "Faithful!" he exclaimed. "By all the books that was ever open and shut, I'm truth and honesty itself, so I am. Howandiver, you said I was betrayed? But I can't tell you the man that told me. Whether you're able to guess at him or not, I don't know, but the truth is, Rody, I've taken a likin' to you, and if you'll just stand the trial I'm goin' to put you to, I'll be a friend to you, the best you ever had, too." "Well, Charley," said the other, plucking up courage a little, for the fellow was a thorough coward, "what is the trial?" "The man," continued Hanlon, "that betrayed you gave me one account of what you're about, but whether he told me truth or not, I don't know till I hear another, and that's yours. Now, you see clearly, Rody, that I'm up to all as it is, so you need not be a bit backward in tellin' the whole truth. I say you're in danger, and it's only trustin' to me, mark that, by trustin' faithfully to me that you'll get out of it, and please the fates, I hope that, before 3 months is over, we'll be both safe and comfortable in America. Do you understand that? I had my dreams, Rody, but if I had, there must be nobody but yourself and me to know them." "It wasn't I that first thought of it, but Donnel Dhu," replied Rody. "I never dreamt that he'd turn traitor, though." "Don't be sayin' tomorrow or next day that I said he did," replied Hanlon. "Do you mind me now? A nod's as good as a wink to a blind horse." Section 14. of The Black Prophet by William Carleton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 14. Rody, though cowardly and treacherous, was extremely cunning, and upon turning the matter over in his mind, he began to dread, or rather to feel, that Hanlon had so far overreached him. Still it might be possible, he thought, that the prophet had betrayed him, and he resolved to put a query to his companion that would test his veracity, after which he would leave himself at liberty to play a double game, if matters should so fall out as to render it necessary. "Did you mean that you told everything he asked tell you the night that was appointed for this business?" Hanlon felt this was a puzzler, and that he might possibly commit himself by replying in the affirmative. "No," he replied, "he didn't tell me that." "Aha," thought his companion, "I see whereabouts you are." He disclosed, however, the whole plot, with the single exception of the night appointed for the robbery, which, in point of date, he placed in his narrative exactly a week after the real time. "Now," he said to himself, "so far I am on the safe side. Still, if he has humbugged me, I've paid him in his own coin. Maybe the whole haul, as he calls it, may be secured before they begin to prepare for it." Hanlon, however, had other designs. After musing a little, they sauntered along the garden walks, during which he proposed a plan of their own for the robbery of Henderson, and so admirably was it concocted, and so tempting to the villainous cupidity of Duncan, that he expressed himself delighted from the commencement of its fancied execution until their ultimate settlement in America. "It was a treacherous thing, I grant, to betray you, Rody," said Hanlon, "and if I was in your place I'd give him tit for tat. And by the way, talkin' of the Prophet, not that I say it was he betrayed you, for indeed now it wasn't, bad cess to me if it was. I think you onst said you knew more about him than I thought." "Aha," again thought Rody, "I think I see what you're after at last. But no matter, I'll keep my eye on you." "Hut, ay did I," he replied, "but I forget now what's this it was. However, I'll try if I can remember it. If I do, I'll tell you." "You and he will hang that murderin' villain, Dalton." "I'm afeard of that," replied the other, "and for my part I'd as soon be out of the thing altogether. However, it can't be helped now." "Isn't it strange, Rody, how murder comes out at last?" observed Hanlon. "Now there's that old man, and see, after 20 years or more, how it comes against him. However, it's not a very pleasant subject, so let it drop. Here's Master Richard comin' through the private gate," he added; "but if you slip down to my aunt's to night, we'll have a glass of something that'll do us no harm at any rate, and we can talk more about the other business." "Very well," replied Rody, "I'll be down, so good-bye. And whisper, Charley," he added, putting on a broad grin, "don't be too sure that I told you a single word of truth about the aha, take care of yourself. Good people is scarce, you know. Ha, ha, ha." He then left Hanlon in a state of considerable doubt as to the discovery he had made touching the apprehended burglary, and his uncertainty was the greater, inasmuch as he had frequently heard the highest possible encomiums lavished upon Duncan's extraordinary powers of invention and humbug. Young Henderson, on hearing these circumstances, did not seriously question their truth, neither did they in the slightest degree shake his confidence in the intentions of the Prophet with respect to Mave Sullivan. Indeed, he argued very reasonably and correctly that the man who was capable of the one act would have little hesitation to commit the other. This train of reflection, however, he kept to himself, for it was necessary to state here that Hanlon was not at all in the secret of the plot against Mave. Henderson had, on an earlier occasion, sounded him upon it, but perceived at once that his scruples could not be overcome, and that of course it would be dangerous to repose confidence in him. The next evening was that immediately preceding the assizes, and it was known that Dalton's trial was either the second or third on the list, and must consequently come on the following day. The pedlar and Hanlon sat in a depressed and melancholy mood at the fire. An old crone belonging to the village, who had been engaged to take care of the house during the absence of Hanlon's aunt, sat on the other side, occasionally putting an empty dudeen into her mouth, drawing it hopelessly, and immediately knocking the bowl out of it in a fretful manner, against the nail of her left thumb. "What's the matter, Ailey?" asked the pedlar. "Are you out of tobaccy?" "Troth is it's time for you to ax. Ay, am I. Since I ate my dinner, sorra puff I had." "Here, then," he replied, suiting the action to the word, and throwing a few halfpence into her lap, "go to Peggy Finnegan's, and buy yourself a couple of ounces, and smoke rings round you. And listen to me, go down before you come back to Bammy Curane's, and see whether he has my shoes done or not, and tell him from me that if they're not ready for me tomorrow mornin', I'll get him excommunicated." When the crone had gone out, the pedlar proceeded: "Don't be cast down yet, I tell you. There's still time enough, and they may be here still." "Be here still! Why, good God, isn't the trial to come on tomorrow, they say?" "So itself. You may take my word for it, that even if he's found guilty they won't hang him, or any man of his years." "Don't be too sure of that," replied Hanlon. "But indeed, what could I expect after dependin' upon a foolish dream? Never mind, I'm still of the opinion that everything may come about yet. The prophet's wife was with Father Hanratty, tellin' him somethin', and he is to call here early in the mornin'. He bid me tell you so." "When did you see him?" "To-day at the cross roads, as he was goin' to a sick call." "But where's the use of that, when they're not here? My own opinion is, that she's either sick, or if God hasn't said it, maybe dead. How can we tell if ever she has seen or found the man you sent her for? Sure, if she didn't, all's lost." "Troth, I allow," replied the pedlar, "that things is in a distressin' state with us. However, while there's life there's hope, as the doctor says. There must be something extraordinary wrong to keep them away so long, I grant, or herself at any rate. Still, I say again, trust in God. You have secured Duncan, you say, but can you depend on the ruffian?" "If it was on his honesty, I could not 1 second, but I do upon his villainy and love of money. I have promised him enough, and it all depends on whether he'll believe me or not." "Well, well," observed the other, "I wish things had a brighter look up. If we fail, I won't know what to say. We must only try and do the best we can ourselves." "Have you seen the agent since you gave him the petition?" asked Hanlon. "I did, but he had no discourse with the Hendersons, and he bid me call on him again." "I dunna. What does he intend to do?" "Hut, nothin'. What'd he do? I'll go bail he'll never trouble his head about it more. At any rate, I told him a thing." "Very likely he won't," replied Hanlon; "but what I'm thinkin' of now is the poor Daltons. May God in his mercy pity and support them this night." The pedlar clasped his hands tightly as he looked up and said amen. "Ay," said he, "it's now, Charley, when I think of them, that I get frightened about our disappointment, and the way that everything has failed with us. God pity them, I say too." The situation of this much tried family was indeed, on the night in question, pitiable in the extreme. It is true, they had now recovered, or nearly so, the full enjoyment of their health, and were, owing, as we have already said, to the bounty of some unknown friend, in circumstances of considerable comfort. Dalton's confession of the murder had taken away from them every principle on which they could rely, with one only exception. Until the moment of that confession they had never absolutely been in possession of the secret cause of his remorse, although it must be admitted that on some occasions the strength of his language and the melancholy depth of his sorrow filled them with something like suspicion. Still such they knew to be the natural affection and tenderness of his heart, his benevolence and generosity, in spite of his occasional bursts of passion, that they could not reconcile to themselves the notion that he had ever murdered a fellow creature. Every one knows how slow the heart of wife or child is to entertain such a terrible suspicion about a husband or a parent, and that the discovery of their guilt comes upon the spirit with a weight of distress and agony that is great in proportion to the confidence felt in them. The affectionate family in question had just concluded their simple act of evening worship, and were seated around a dull fire, looking forward in deep dejection to the awful event of the following day. The silence that prevailed was only broken by an occasional sob from the girls, or a deep sigh from young Con, who, with his mother, had not long been returned from Ballynafail, where they had gone to make preparations for the old man's defence. His chair stood by the fire in its usual place, and as they looked upon it from time to time, they could not prevent their grief from bursting out afresh. The mother on this occasion found the usual grounds for comfort taken away from both herself and them. We mean the husband's innocence. She consequently had but one principle to rely on, that of single dependence upon God, and obedience to his sovereign will, however bitter the task might be, and so she told them. "It's a great trial to us children," she observed, "and it's only natural we should feel it. I do not bid you to stop cryin', my poor girls, because it would be very strange if you didn't cry. Still, let us not forget that it's our duty to bow down humbly before whatever misfortune, and this is indeed a woeful one, that it pleases God in his wisdom, or maybe in his mercy, to lay in our way. That's all we can do now, God help us, and a hard trial it is, for when we think of what he was to us, of his kindness, his affection." Her own voice became infirm, and instead of proceeding, she paused a moment, and then, giving one long convulsive sob that rushed up from her very heart, she wept out long and bitterly. The grief now became a wail, and were it not for the presence of Con, who, however, could scarcely maintain a firm voice himself, the sorrow worn mother and her unhappy daughters would have scarcely known when to cease. "Mother dear," he exclaimed, "what use is in this? You began with givin' us a good advice, and you ended with settin' us a bad example. Oh, mother darlin', forgive me the word. Never, never, since we remember anything, did you ever set us a bad example." "Con, dear, I bore up as long as I could," she replied, wiping her eye, "but you know, after all, nature's nature, and will have its way. You know, too, that this is the first tear I shed since he left us." "I know," replied her son, laying her careworn cheek over upon his bosom, "that you are the best mother that ever breathed, and that I would lay down my life to save your heart from bein' crushed as it is, and as it has been." She felt a few warm tears fall upon her face as he spoke, and the only reply she made was to press him affectionately to her heart. "God's merciful if we're obedient," she added in a few moments. "Don't you remember that when Abraham was commanded to kill his only son, he was ready to obey God and do it? And don't you remember that it wasn't until his very hand was raised, with a knife in it, that God interfered? Whisht," she continued, "I hear a step. Who is it? Oh, poor Tom." The poor young man entered as she spoke, and after looking about him for some time, placed himself in the arm chair. "Tom, darlin'," said his sister Peggy, "don't sit in that. That's our poor father's chair, and until he sits in it again, none of us ever will." "Nobody has such a right to sit in it as I have," he replied. "I'm a murderer." His words, his wild figure, and the manner in which he uttered them, filled them with alarm and horror. "Tom, dear," said his brother, approaching him, "why do you speak that way? You're not a murderer." "I am," he replied, "but I haven't done with the Sullivans yet for what they're goin' to do. Ha, ha, ha! Oh, no, it's all planned, and they'll suffer, never doubt it." Tom, said Mary, who began to fear that he might, in some wild paroxysm, have taken the life of the unfortunate miser, or of some one else. If you murdered any one, who was it? Who was it? He replied. If you go up to Currabeg churchyard, you'll find her there, the child's widder. But I didn't murder the child, did I? On finding that he alluded only to the unfortunate Peggy Murtagh, they recovered from the shock into which his words had thrown them. Tom, however, appeared exceedingly exhausted and feeble, as was evident from his inability to keep himself awake. His head gradually sank upon his breast, and in a few minutes he fell into a slumber. "I'll put him to bed," said Con. "Help me to raise him." They lifted him up, and a melancholy sight it was to see that face, which had once been such a noble specimen of manly beauty, now shrunk away into an expression of gaunt and haggard wildness that was painful to contemplate. His sisters could not restrain their tears on looking at the wreck that was before them, and his mother, with a voice of deep anguish, exclaimed, "My brave, my beautiful boy, what has become of you? Oh, Tom, Tom," she added, "maybe it's well for you that you don't know the breaking hearts that's about you this night, or the bitter fate that's over him that loved you so well." As they turned him about to take off his cravat, he suddenly raised his head, and, looking about him, asked, "Where's my father gone? I see you all about me but him. Where's my father?" Ere the words were pronounced, however, he was once more asleep, and free for a time from the wild and moody malady that oppressed him. Such was the night, and such were the circumstances and feelings that ushered in the fearful day of Condy Dalton's trial. Chapter 29. A picture of the present. Sarah breaks her word. The grey of a cold frosty morning had begun to dawn, and the angry red of the eastern sky gradually to change into that dim but darkening aspect which marks a coming tempest of snow, when the parish priest, the Reverend Father Hanratty, accompanied by Nelly M'Gowan, passed along the Ballyfinale road on their way to the Grange, for the purpose of having a communication with Charley Hanlon. It would indeed be impossible to describe a morning more strongly marked than the one in question, by that cold and shivering impression of utter misery which is calculated to leave on any mind, especially when associated with the sufferings of our people. The breeze was keen and so cutting that one felt as if that part of the person exposed to it had undergone the process of excoriation, and when a stronger blast than usual swept over the naked and desolate-looking fields, its influence actually benumbed the joints, and penetrated the whole system with a sensation that made one imagine the very marrow within the bones was frozen. They had not proceeded far beyond the miserable shed where Sarah, in the rapid prostration of typhus, had been forced to take shelter, when, in passing a wretched cabin by the roadside, which from its open door and ruinous windows had all the appearance of being uninhabited, they heard the moans of some unhappy individual within, accompanied, as it were, with something like the low feeble wail of an infant. "Ah," said the worthy priest, "this, I fear, is another of those awful cases of desertion and death that are too common in this terrible and scourging visitation. We must not pass here without seeing what is the matter, and rendering such assistance as we can." "With the help of God, my foot won't cross the threshold," replied Nelly. "I know it's the sickness. God keep it from us, and I won't put myself in the way of it." "Don't profane the name of the Almighty, you wretched woman," replied the priest, alighting from his horse. "It is always his will and wish that in such trials as these you should do whatever you can for your suffering fellow creatures." "But if I should catch it," the other replied, "what'd become of me? Mightn't I be as bad as they are in there, and maybe in the same place too, and God knows I'm not fit to die." "Stay where you are," said the priest, "until I enter the house, and if your assistance should be necessary, I shall command you to come in." "Well, if you order me," replied the superstitious creature, "that changes the case. I'll be then under obedience to my clergy." "If you had better observed the precepts of your religion, and the injunctions of your clergy, wretched woman, you would not be the vile creature you are to-day," he replied, as he hooked his horse's bridle upon a staple in the door-post, and entered the cabin. "O merciful Father, support me," he exclaimed. "What a sight is here! Come in at once," he added, addressing himself to Nelly, "and if you have a woman's heart within you, aid me in trying what can be done." Awed by his words, but with timidity and reluctance, she approached the scene of appalling misery which there lay before them. But how shall we describe it? The cabin in which they stood had been evidently for some time deserted, a proof that its former humble inmates had been all swept off by typhus, for in these peculiar and not uncommon cases, no other family would occupy the house thus left desolate, so that the cause of its desertion was easily understood. The floor was strewed in some places with little stopples of rotten thatch, evidently blown in by the wind of the previous night. The cheerless fireplace was covered with clots of soot, and the floor was all spattered over with the black shining moisture, called soot drops, which want of heat and habitation caused to fall from the roof. The cold, strong blast, too, from time to time rushed in, with wild moans of desolation, that rose and fell in almost supernatural tones, and swept the dead ashes and soot from the fireplace, and the rotten thatch from the floor, in little eddies that spun about until they got out into some nook or corner where the fiercer strength of the blast could not reach them. Stretched out in this wretched and abandoned hut lay before the good priest and his companion a group of misery, consisting of both the dying and the dead, to wit, a mother and her 3 children. Over in the corner on the right-hand side of the fireplace, the unhappy and perishing creature lay, divided, or rather torn asunder, as it were, by the rival claims of affection. Lying close to her cold and shivering breast was an infant of about 6 months old, striving feebly from time to time to draw from that natural source of affection the sustenance which had been dried up by chilling misery and want. Beside her on the left lay a boy, a pale, emaciated boy about 8 years old, silent and motionless, with the exception that, ever and anon, he turned round his heavy blue eyes, as if to ask some comfort or aid, or even some notice from his unfortunate mother, who, as if conscious of these affectionate supplications, pressed his wan cheek tenderly with her fingers, to intimate to him that as far as she could, she responded to and acknowledged these last entreaties of the heart, whilst again she felt her affection called upon by the apparently dying struggles of the infant that was in reality fast perishing at the now exhausted fountain of its life. Between these 2 claimants was the breaking heart of the woeful mother, divided, but the alternations of her love seemed now almost wrought up to the last terrible agonies of mere animal instinct, when the sufferings are strong in proportion to that debility of reason which supervenes in such deaths as arise from famine, or under those feelings of indescribable torture which tore her affection, as it were, to pieces, and paralyzed her higher powers of moral suffering. Beyond the infant again, and next the wall, lay a girl, it might be of about 11, stretched as if in sleep, and apparently in a state of composure that struck one forcibly when contrasted from its utter stillness with the yet living agonies by which she was surrounded. It was evident, from the decency with which the girl's thin, scanty covering was arranged, and the emaciated arms placed by her side, that the poor parent had endeavored, as well as she could, to lay her out. And, oh, great God, what a task for a mother! And under what circumstances must it have been performed! There, however, did the corpse of this fair and unhappy child lie, her light and silken locks blown upon her still and death-like features by the ruffian blast, and the complacency which had evidently characterized her countenance when in life, now stamped by death with the sharp and wan expression of misery and the grave. Thus surrounded lay the dying mother, and it was not until the priest had taken in, at more than one view, the whole terrors of this awful scene, that he had time to let his eyes rest upon her countenance and person. When he did, however, the history, though a fearful one, was in her case, as indeed in too many, legible at a glance, and may be comprised in one word: starvation. Father Hanratty was a firm-minded man, with a somewhat rough manner, but a heart natural and warm. After looking upon her face for a few moments, he clasped his hands closely together, and turning up his eyes to heaven, he exclaimed: "Great God, guide and support me in this trying scene." And indeed it is not to be wondered at that he uttered such an exclamation. There lay in the woman's eyes, between her knit and painful eyebrows, over her shrunk upper forehead, upon her sharp cheek bones, and along the ridge of her thin wasted nose, there lay upon her skeleton arms, pointed elbows, and long jointed fingers, a frightful expression, at once uniform and varied, that spoke of gaunt and yellow famine in all its most hideous horrors. Her eyeballs protruded even to sharpness, and as she glared about her with a half-conscious and half-instinctive look, there seemed a fierce demand in her eye that would have been painful, were it not that it was occasionally tamed down into something mournful and imploring by a recollection of the helpless beings that were about her, stripped as she then was of all that civilized society presents to human being on the bed of death, without friends, aid of any kind, comfort, sympathy, or the consolations of religion. She might be truly said to have sunk to the mere condition of animal life, whose uncontrollable impulses had thus left their startling and savage impress upon her countenance, unless, as we have said, when the faint dawn of consciousness threw a softer and more human light into her wild features. "In the name and in the spirit of God's mercy," asked the priest, "if you have the use of your tongue or voice, tell me what the matter is with you or your children. Is it sickness or starvation?" The sound of a human voice appeared to arrest her attention and rouse her a little. She paused, as it were, from her sufferings, and looked first at the priest and then at his companion, but she spoke not. He then repeated the question, and after a little delay he saw that her lips moved. "She is striving to speak," said he, "but cannot. I will stoop to her." He repeated the question a third time, and stooping so as to bring his ear near her mouth, he could catch, expressed very feebly and indistinctly, the word "hunger." She then made an effort, and bent down her mouth to the infant, which now lay still at her breast. She felt for its little heart, she felt its little lips, but they were now chill and motionless. Its little hands ceased to gather any longer around her breast. It was cold, it was breathless, it was dead. Her countenance now underwent a singular and touching change, a kind of solemn joy, a sorrowful serenity was diffused over it. She seemed to remember their position, and was in the act, after having raised her eyes to heaven, of putting round her hand to feel for the boy who lay on the other side, when she was seized with a short and rather feeble spasm, and laying down her head in its original position between her children, she was at last freed from life and all the sufferings which its gloomy lot had inflicted upon her and those whom she loved. The priest, seeing that she was dead, offered up a short but earnest prayer for the repose of her soul, after which he turned his attention to the boy. "The question now is," he observed to his companion, "can we save this poor but interesting child?" "I hardly think it possible," she replied. "Doesn't your reverence see that death's workin' at him, and an easy job he'll have of the poor thing now?" "Hunger and cold have here done awful work," said Father Hanratty, "as they have and will in many other conditions similar to this. I shall mount my horse, and if you lift the poor child up, I will wrap him as well as I can in my great coat," which, by the way, he stripped off him as he spoke. He then folded it round the boy, and putting him into Nelly's arms, was about to leave the cabin, when the child, looking round him for a moment, then upon his mother, made a faint struggle to get back. "What is it ashore?" asked the woman. "What is it you want?" "Leave me with my mother," he said. "Let me go to her. My poor father's dead and left us. Oh, let me stay with her." The poor boy's voice was so low and feeble that it was with difficulty she heard the words, which she repeated to the priest. "Dear child," said the latter, "we are bringing you to where you will get food and drink, and a warm bed to go to, and you will get better, I hope." And as he took the helpless and innocent sufferer into his arms, after having fixed himself in the saddle, the tears of strong compassion ran down his cheeks. "He is as light as a feather, poor thing," exclaimed the kind-hearted man, "but I trust in heaven we may save him yet." And they immediately hurried onward to the next house, which happened to be that of our friend Jerry Sullivan, to the care of whose humane and affectionate family they consigned him. We cannot dwell here upon that which every reader can anticipate. It is enough to say that the boy with care recovered, and that his unfortunate mother, with her 2 children, received a humble grave in the nearest churchyard, beyond the reach of the storms and miseries of life forever. On reaching the Grange, or rather the house now occupied by widow Hanlon, the priest, having sent for Charley, into whose confidence he had for some time been admitted, had a private conference of considerable length with him and the pedlar, after which Nelly was called in, as it would seem, to make some disclosure connected with the subject they were discussing. A deep gloom, however, rested upon both Hanlon and the pedlar, and it was sufficiently evident that whatever the import of Nelly M'Gowan's communication may have been, it was not of so cheering a nature as to compensate for the absence of widow Hanlon and the party for which she had been sent. Father Hanratty having left them, they took an early breakfast and proceeded to Ballynafail, which we choose to designate as the assize town, in order to watch with disappointed and heavy hearts the trial of Condy Dalton, in whose fate they felt a deeper interest than the reader might suppose. All the parties attended, the prophet among the rest, and it might have been observed that his countenance was marked by an expression of peculiar determination. His brow was, if possible, darker than usual. His eye was quicker and more circumspect, but his complexion, notwithstanding this, was not merely pale, but absolutely white as ashes. The morning came, however, and the assizes were opened with the usual formalities. The judge's charge to the grand jury, in consequence of the famine outrages which had taken place to such an extent, was unusually long, nor was the King against Dalton for the murder of Sullivan left without due advice and comment. In this way a considerable portion of the day passed. At length a trial for horse stealing came on, but closed too late to allow them to think of commencing any other case during the day, and, as a natural consequence, that of Condy Dalton was postponed until the next morning. It is an impressive thing, and fills the mind with a reverent sense of the wisdom manifested by an overruling Providence, to reflect upon the wondrous manner in which the influence of slight events is made to frustrate the subtlest designs of human ingenuity, and vindicate the justice of the Almighty in the eyes of his creatures, sometimes for the reward of the just, and as often for the punishment of the guilty. Had the trial of Dalton, for instance, gone on, as had been anticipated, during the first day, it is impossible to say how many of the characters in our humble drama might have grievously suffered or escaped in consequence. At all events, it is not likely that the following dialogue would have taken place or been made instrumental in working out purposes and defeating plans with which the reader, if he is not already, will very soon be made acquainted. Donnel Dhu had returned from the assizes, and was sitting as usual poring over the fire, when he asked the old woman who nursed Sarah if there had been any persons inquiring for him since nightfall. 3 or 4, she replied, but I said you hadn't come home yet, and devil a one of them but was all on the same tune, and bid me to tell you that it was a safe night. Well, I hope it is, Biddy, he replied, but not so safe, he added to himself, as I could wish it to be. How is Sarah? She is better, replied the woman, and was up to-day for an hour or 2, but still she's poorly, and I think her brain isn't right yet. Very likely it isn't, said the prophet. But, Biddy, when were you at Shunko? Not this week past. Well, then, if you like to slip over for an hour or so now, you may, and I'll take care of Sarah till you come back, only don't be longer. Long life to you, Donnel. Truth, and I want to go, if it was only to set the little matters right for them poor orphans, my grandchildren. Well, then, go, he replied, but don't be more than an hour away, mind. I'll take care of Sarah for you till you come back. At this moment a tap came to the door, and Donnel, on hearing it, went out, and in a minute or 2 returned again, saying, Hurry, Biddy, make haste if you wish to go at all, but remember not to be more than an hour away. The old creature accordingly threw her cloak about her, and made the best of her way to see her grandchildren, both of whose parents had been swept away by the first deadly ravages of the typhus fever. She had not been long gone when another tap was given, and Donnel, on opening the door, said, You may come in now, she's off to Shanko. I didn't think it safe that she should see us together on this night, at all events. Sit down. This girl's illness has nearly spoiled all. However, we must only do the best we can. Thank God the night's dark, that's one comfort. If we could ha' had Dalton found guilty, replied Body, all would be well over this night, and we might be on our way out of this to America. But what'd you do with Sarah if we had? Sure she wouldn't be able to travel, nor she won't, I doubt, as it is. Sarah, replied the prophet, who suspected the object of the question, is well fit to take care of herself. We must only go without her, if she's not able to come the day after tomorrow. Where are the boys for the Grange? Under shelter of the Grey Stone, waiting to start. Well, then, as it is, said Donnel, they know their business. At any rate, the Grange folk don't expect them this week to come, you think? Rody looked at the prophet very keenly, as he thought of the conversation that took place between himself and Charley Hanlon, and which, upon an explanation with Donnel, he had detailed. The fellow, however, as we said, was both cowardly and suspicious, and took it into his head that his friend might feel disposed to play him a trick by sending him to conduct the burglary of which Hanlon had spoken with such startling confidence, a piece of cowardice which indeed was completely gratuitous and unfounded on his part, the truth being that it was the prophet's interest, above all things, to keep Rody out of danger, both for that worthy individual's sake and his own. Rody, we say, looked at him, and of a certainty must be admitted that the physiognomy of our friend the seer during that whole day was one from which no very high opinion of his integrity or good faith could be drawn. It's a very strange thing, replied Rody, in a tone of thought and reflection, how Charley Hanlon came to know of this matter at all. He never heard a word of it, replied Donnel, barrin' from yourself. From me? replied Rody indignantly. What do you mean by that? Why, when you went to sound him, said Donnel, you let too much out, and Charley was too cute not to see what you were at. All featherlog and nonsense, replied Rody, who, by the way, entertained a very high opinion of his own sagacity. No mortal could suspect that there was a plot to rob the house from what I said. But hold, he added, slapping his knee as if he had made a discovery. Much up a duel, but I have it all. What is it? Said the prophet calmly. You told the matter to Sarah, and she by course told it to Charley Hanlon, that she tells everything to. No such thing, replied the other. Sarah knows nothing about the robbery that's to go on tonight at the Grange, but she did about the plan upon Mave Sullivan, and promised to help us in it, as I told you before. Well, at any rate, replied Duncan, I'll have nothing to do with this robbery, devil a thing, but I'll make a bargain wid you. If you manage the Grange business, I'll lend a hand in Mave Sullivan's affair. The prophet looked at him, fastening his dark, piercing eyes upon his face. I see, he proceeded, you're suspicious, or you're cowardly, or maybe both. But to make you feel that I'm neither the one nor the other, and that you have no reason to be so either, I say I'll take you at your word. Do you manage Mave Sullivan's business, and I'll see what can be done with the other. And listen to me now. It's our business, in case of a discovery of the robbery, to have Master Dick's neck as far in the noose for Mave's affair as ours may be for the other thing. And for the same reason you needn't care how far you drive him. He doesn't wish to have violence, but do you take care that there will be violence, and then maybe we may manage him if there's a discovery in the other affair. Donnel, you're a great headpiece. The devil's not so deep as you are, but as the most of them all is strangers, and they say there's 2 girls in Sullivan's instead of 1, how will the strange boy know the right one? If it goes to that, said the prophet, you'll know her by her clipped head. The minute they seize upon the girl with the clipped head, let them make sure of her. Poor foolish Tom Dalton, who knows nothing about our scheme, thinks the visit is merely to frighten the Sullivans. But when you get the girl, let her be brought to the crossroads of Tulnavert, where Master Dick will have a chaise waitin' for her, and onct she's with him, your care's over. In the meantime, while he's waitin' there, I and the others will see what can be done at the Grange. But tell me, Donnel, you don't intend surely to leave poor Sarah behind us?" "Eh, Sarah?" returned the prophet. "Ay, because you said so a while agone." "I know I said so a while ago; but regardin' Sarah, Rody, she's the only livin' thing on this earth that I care about. I have hardened my heart, thank God, against all the world but herself, and although I have never much showed it to her, and although I have neglected her, and sometimes thought I hated her for her mother's sake, well, no matter, she's the only thing I love or care about for all that." "Oh, no, go without Sarah. Come well, come woe, we must not." "Because," continued Rody, "when we're safe and out of the reach of danger, I have a thing to say to you about Sarah." "Very well, Rody," said the prophet, with a grim but bitter smile, "it'll be time enough then. Now go and manage these fellows, and see you do things as they ought to be done." "She's fond o' Charley Hanlon, to my own knowledge." "Who is?" "Sarah; and between you and me, it's not a Brinoge like him that's fit for her. She's a hasty and an uncertain kind of girl, a good deal wild or so, and it isn't, as I said, the likes of that chap that'd answer her, but a steady, experienced, sober, honest man, Rody. Well, I'm not in the laughin' humour now. Be off, and see that you do yourself and us all credit." When he was gone, the prophet drew a long breath, one, however, from its depths, evidently indicative of anything but ease of mind. He then rose, and was preparing to go out, when Sarah, who had only laid herself on the bed, without undressing, got up, and approaching him, said in a voice tremulous with weakness: "Father, I have heard every word you and Rody said." "Well," replied her father, looking at her, "I supposed as much. I made no secret of anything. However, keep to your bed. Your father, I have changed my mind. You have neither my heart nor wish in anything you're bent on this night." "Changed your mind!" replied the prophet bitterly. "Oh, you're a real woman, I suppose, like your mother. You'll drive some unfortunate man to hate the world and all that's in it yet." "Father, I care as little about the world as you do, but still never will I lay myself out to do anything that's wrong." "You promised to assist us, then, in Mave Sullivan's business, for all that," he replied. "You can break your word too." "Ah, real woman again." "Sooner than keep that promise, father. Now I would willingly let the last drop of blood out of my heart, my unhappy heart. Father, you're provin' yourself to be what I can't name. Listen to me. You're on the brink of destruction. Stop in time, and fly, for there's a fate over you. I dreamt since I lay down, not more than a couple of hours ago, that I saw the tobacco box you were looking for in the hands of—" "Don't bother or vex me with your damned nonsense about dreams," he replied, in a loud and excited voice. "The curse of heaven on all dreams, and every stuff of the kind. Go to bed." He slapped the door violently after him as he spoke, and left her to her own meditations. Chapter 30. Self-sacrifice, villainy. Time passes now as it did on the night recorded in the preceding chapter. About the hour of 2 o'clock on the same night, a chaise was standing at the cross roads of Tulnavert, in which a gentleman, a little but not much the worse of liquor, sat in a mood redolent of anything but patience. Many ejaculations did he utter, and some oaths, in consequence of the delay of certain parties whom he expected to meet there. At length the noise of many feet was heard, and in the course of a few minutes a body of men advanced in the darkness, one of whom approached the chaise and asked, "Is that Master Dick?" "Master Dick, sirrah, no, it's not." "Then there must be some mistake," replied the fellow, who was a stranger, "and as it's a runaway match, by gorra, it would never do to give the girl to the wrong person. It was Master Dick that the Prophet desired us to inquire for." "There is a mistake, my friend, there is. My name, my good fellows, happens to be Master Richard, or rather Mr. Richard. In all other respects, everything is right. I expect a lady, and I am the gentleman, but not Master Dick, though. Richard is the correct reading." "Then, sir," replied the fellow, "here she is." And whilst speaking, a horseman bearing a female before him came forward, and in a few minutes she was transferred without any apparent resistance to the inside of the vehicle which awaited her. This vehicle we shall now follow. The night, as we said, was dark, but it was also cold and stormy. The driver, who had received his instructions, proceeded in the direction of the Grange, and we only, I say so generally, because so many cross roads branched off from that which they took, that it was impossible to say when or where Master or Mr. Richard may have intended to stop. In the meantime, that enterprising and gallant young gentleman commenced a dialogue, somewhat as follows: "My dear Miss Sullivan, I must be satisfied that these fellows have conducted this business with all due respect to your feelings. I hope they have not done anything to insult you." "I am very weak," replied the lady. "You needn't expect me to speak much, for I am not able. I only wish I was in heaven, or anywhere out of this world. You speak as if you had been agitated or frightened. But compose yourself. You are now under my protection at last, and you shall want for nothing that can contribute to your ease and comfort. Upon my honour, upon my sacred honour, I say, I would not have caused you even this annoyance, were it not that you yourself expressed a willingness, very natural indeed, considering our affection, to meet me here to-night." "Who told you that I was willing to meet you?" "Who? Why, who but our mutual friend, the Black Prophet? And by the way, he is to meet us at the Grey Stone by and by." "He told you false, then," replied his companion feebly. "Why," asked Henderson, "are you not here with your own consent?" "I am. Oh, indeed I am. It's altogether my own act that brings me here, my own act, and I thank God that I had strength for it. Admirable girl, that is just what I have been led to expect from you, and you shall not regret it. I have, as I said, everything provided that can make you happy." "Happy! I can't bear this, sir. I'm deceiving you. I'm not what you think me." "You are ill, I fear, my dear Miss Sullivan. The bustle and disturbance have agitated you too much, and you are ill." "You are speaking truth. I am very ill, but I'll soon be better. I'll soon be better. She feared nothing from me," added she, in a low soliloquy, "and could I let her outdo me in generosity and kindness?" "Is this fire? Is there fire in the coach?" she asked, in a loud voice, "or is it lightning? Oh, my head, but it will soon be over. Compose yourself, I entreat of you, my dearest girl. What good heavens! How is this? You have not been ill for any time? Your hand, pardon me, you need not withdraw it so hastily, is quite burning and fleshless. What is wrong?" "Everything, sir, is wrong, unless that I am here, and that is as it ought to be. Ha, ha!" "Good, my dearest girl, that consoles me again. Upon my honour, the old Prophet shall not lose by this. On the contrary, I shall keep my word, and at the Grey Stone shall he pocket ere half an hour the reward of his allegiance to his liege lord." I have for a long time had my eye on you, Miss Sullivan, and when the Prophet assured me that you had discarded Dalton for my sake, I could scarcely credit him, until you confirmed the delightful fact by transmitting me a tress of your beautiful hair." His companion made no reply to this, and the chase went on for some minutes without any further discourse. Henderson at length ventured to put over his hand towards the corner in which his companion sat, but no sooner came in contact with her person than he felt her shrinking, as it were, from his very touch. With his usual complacent confidence, however, in his own powers of attraction, and strongly impressed besides with a belief in his knowledge of the sex, he at once imputed all this to caprice on the behalf of Mave, or rather to that assumption of extreme delicacy which is often resorted to and overacted when the truthful and modest principle from which it should originate has ceased to exist. "Well, my dear girl," he proceeded, "I grant that all this is natural enough, quite so. I know the step you have taken shows great strength of character, for indeed it requires a very high degree of moral courage and virtue in you to set society and the whole world at perfect defiance for my sake. But, my dearest girl, don't be cast down. You are not alone in this heroic sacrifice, not at all, believe me. You are not the first who has made it for me, neither, I trust, shall you be the last. This I say, of course, to encourage you, because I see that the step you have taken has affected you very much, as is natural it should." A low moan, apparently of great pain, was the only reply Henderson received to this eloquent effort at consolation. The carriage again rolled onward in silence, and nothing could be heard but the sweep of the storm without, for it blew violently, and deep breathings or occasional moanings from his companion within. They drove, it might be, for a quarter of an hour in this way, when Henderson felt his companion start, and the next moment her hand was placed upon his arm. "Aha, my dearest," thought he, "I knew, notwithstanding all your beautiful startings and fencings, that matters would come to this. There is nothing, after all, like leaving you to yourselves a little, and you are sure to come round. My dear Miss Sullivan," he added aloud, "be composed. Say but what it is you wish, and if a man can accomplish it, it must be complied with or procured for you." "Then," said she, "if you are a human being, let me know when we come to the Grey Stone." "Undoubtedly I shall. The grim old Prophet promised to meet us there, and for a reason I know he will keep his word. We shall be there in less than a quarter of an hour. But, my precious creature, now that you understand how we are placed with relation to each other, I think you might not and ought not object to allowing me to support you after the fatigue and agitation of the night. Ahem! Do repose your head upon my bosom, like a pretty, trembling, agitated dear as you are." "Hold away!" exclaimed his companion. "Don't dare to lay a hand upon me. If your life is worth anything, and it's not worth much, keep your distance. You'll find your mistake soon. I didn't put myself in your power without the means of defending myself and punishing you, if you should deserve it. Beautiful caprice! But, my dearest girl, I can understand it all. It is well done, and I know, besides, that a little hysterics will be necessary in their proper place. But for that you must wait till we get to our destination, and then you will be most charmingly affected with a fit, a delightful, sweet, soft, sobbing fit, which will render it necessary for me to soothe and console you, to wipe your lovely eyes, and then, you know, to kiss your delicious lips. All this, my darling girl, will happen as a natural consequence, and in due time everything will be well. Section 14. Section 15 of The Black Prophet by William Carleton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 15. There was no reply given to this, but the moaning was deeper and apparently more indicative of pain and distress than before. A third silence ensued, during which they arrived at the gravestone, of whose proximity the driver had received orders to give them intimation. "Hallo!" exclaimed Henderson. "What's the matter? Why do you stop, my good fellow?" "We are at the gravestone, your honour," replied the man. "Oh, very well. Pull up a moment," he added. "My dear Miss Sullivan, we are at the gravestone now," said he, addressing her. She moaned again and started. "Whist," said she, "I don't hear his voice." At this moment a man approached the driver, and desired him to let him know that a person wished to speak with him. The female in the carriage no sooner heard the voice, even although the words were uttered in whispers, than she called out, "Father, come to me, help me home, I'm dyin'." "You've been deceived, Mr. Henderson," she added. "It wasn't Mave Sullivan, but the Prophet's own daughter you took away. Blessed be God, I've saved her that disgrace. Father, help me home. I won't be long a trouble to you now." "What's this?" exclaimed Henderson. "Are you not Miss Sullivan?" "Am I in a dream?" said the Prophet, approaching the door of the chaise. "Surely. Now, what is it? It's my daughter's voice. Is that Sarah that I left in her bed of typhus fever this night? Or am I in a dream still, I say? Sarah, is it you? Speak." "It is me, Father. Help me home. It will be your last trouble with me, I think, at last. I hope so. Oh, I hope so." "Who talks about typhus fever?" asked Henderson, starting out of the chaise with alarm. "What means this? Explain yourself." "I can no more explain it," replied the Prophet, "than you can. I left my daughter lying in bed of typhus fever not more than 3 or 4 hours ago, and if I am to believe my ears, I find her in the carriage with you now." "I'm here," she replied. "Help me out." "Oh, I see it all now," observed Henderson in a fit of passion, aggravated by the bitterness of his disappointment. "I see your trick. And so, you old scoundrel, you thought to impose your termagant daughter upon me instead of Miss Sullivan, and she reeking with typhus fever, too, by your own account. For this piece of villainy I shall settle with you, however, never fear. Typhus fever, good God! And I so dreadfully afraid of it all along that I couldn't bear to look near a house in which it was, nor approach any person even recovering out of it. Driver, you may leave the girl at home. As for me, I shall not enter your chaise again, contaminated as it probably is with that dreadful complaint that is carrying off half the country. Call to the Grange in the morning, and you shall be paid. Good night, you prophetical old impostor. I shall mark you for this piece of villainy, you may rest assured of that. A pretty trudge I shall have to the Grange, such a vile and tempestuous night, but you shall suffer for it, I say again." Donnel Dhu was not merely disappointed at finding Sarah in such a situation. He was literally stupefied with amazement, and could scarcely believe the circumstances to be real. It had been agreed between him and Henderson that should the latter succeed in fetching Mave Sullivan as far as the gravestone, he, the Prophet, should be considered to have fulfilled the conditions of the compact entered into between them, and the wages of his iniquity were to have been paid to him on that spot. It is unnecessary to say, therefore, that his disappointment and indignation were fully equal to those of Henderson himself. "Where am I to go now?" asked the driver. "To hell," replied the Prophet, "and you may bring your fare with you." "You must take the reins yourself, then," replied the man, "for I don't know the way." "Drive across the river here, then," continued the other, "and up the little road to the cottage on the right. Yes, to the right, till we get that that I can't find the words to name her, in the house. A few minutes brought them to the door, and poor Sarah found herself once more in her own cabin, but in such a state as neutralized most of her father's resentment. When the driver had gone, Donnel came in again, and was about to wreak upon her one of those fits of impetuous fury in which, it was true, he seldom indulged, but which, when wrought to a high state of passion, were indeed frightful. Now he began, in the name of all that's he paused, however, for on looking closely at her, there appeared something in her aspect so utterly subversive of resentment that he felt himself disarmed at once. Her face was as pale as his own, but the expression of it was so chaste, so mournful, and yet so beautiful, that his tongue refused its office. "Sarah," said he, "what is the matter with you? Account for all this. I don't understand it." She rose with great difficulty, and tottering over towards him, laid her head upon his bosom, and looking up with a smile of melancholy tenderness into his face, burst into tears. "Father," said she, "it is not worth your while to be angry with Sarah now. I heard words from your lips this night that would make me forgive you 1,000 crimes. I heard you say that you loved me better than anything else in this world. I'm glad I know it, for that will be all the consolation I will have on my bed of death. And there it is, father," she said, pointing to that which she always occupied. "Help me over to it now, for I feel that I will never rise from it more." Her father spoke not, but assisted her to the bed, from which the old nurse, who had fallen asleep in it, now rose. He then went into the open air for a few minutes, but soon returned, and going over to the bedside where she lay, he looked upon her long and earnestly. "Father," said she, "I only did my duty this night. I knew indeed I would never recover it, but then she risked her life for me, and why shouldn't I do as much for her?" The prophet still looked upon her, but spoke not a word. His lips were closely compressed, his hands tightly clasped, and his piercing eyes almost immovable. Minute after minute thus passed, until nearly half an hour had elapsed, and Sarah, dreadfully exhausted by what she had undergone, found her eyes beginning to close in an unsettled and feverish slumber. At length he said, in a tone of voice which breathed of tenderness itself, "Sleep, dear Sarah, sleep." She apparently was asleep, but not so as to be altogether unconscious of his words, for, in spite of illness and fatigue, a sweet and serene smile stole gently over her pale face, rested on it for a little, and again gradually, and with a mournful placidity, died away. Her father sighed deeply, and turning to the bedside, said, "It is useless to ask her anything this night, Biddy. Can you tell me what became of her, or how she got out?" "Oh, the sorra word," replied the old woman. "I'm sure such a start was never taken out of mortal as I got when I came here and found her gone. I searched all the neighborhood, but no use. Divil a soul seen her. So after trotting here and there and up and down, I came in not able to mark the ground, and laid myself down on the bed, where I fell asleep till you came back. But where in the name of all that's wonderful was she?" Donnel sat down in silence, and the crone saw that he was in no mood for answering questions or entering into conversation. She accordingly clapped herself on her hunkers and commenced sucking her dudeen, without at all seeming to expect a reply. We, however, shall avail ourselves of the historian's privilege, in order to acquaint our readers, very briefly, with that of which we presume, so far as Sarah is concerned, they can scarcely plead ignorance. Having heard the conversation between Rody Duncan and her father, which satisfied her that the plot for taking away Mave Sullivan was to be executed that very night, Sarah, with her usual energy and disregard for herself, resolved to make an effort to save her generous rival. For we must here acquaint our readers that during the progress of her convalescence she had been able to bring to her recollection the presence of Mave Sullivan in the shed on more than one occasion. She did not, however, depend upon her own memory or impressions for this, but made inquiries from her nurse, who, in common with the whole neighborhood, had heard of Mave's humanity and attention towards her, to which it was well known she owed her life. The generous girl, therefore, filled with remorse at having for one moment contemplated any act of injury towards Mave, now determined to save her from the impending danger, or lose her life in the attempt. How she won her way in such an enfeebled state of health, and on such a night, cannot now be known. It is sufficient here to say that she arrived only a few minutes before the attack was made upon Sullivan's house, and just in time to have Mave and her cousin each concealed under the bed. Knowing, however, that a strict search would have rendered light of some kind necessary, and enable the ruffians to discover Mave besides, she at once threw herself in their way under a feigned attempt to escape, and the next moment 3 or 4 voices exclaimed exultingly, "We have her, the cropped head! Here she is, all right! Come away, you darlin', you'll be a happy girl before this day week." "I hope so," she replied. "Oh, I hope so. Bring me away." The prophet's own adventure was not less disastrous. Rody Duncan's sudden withdrawal from the robbery surprised him very much. On seriously and closely reconsidering the circumstances, it looked suspicious, and ere a single hour had passed, Donald felt an impression that on that business at least Rody had betrayed him. Acting upon this conviction, for it amounted to that, he soon satisfied himself that the house was secured against the possibility of any successful attack upon it. This he discovered in the village of Grange, when, on inquiring, he found that most of the young men were gone to sit up all night in the big house. So much being known, any additional information to Donald was unnecessary. He accordingly relinquished the enterprise, and remembering the engagement with young Henderson at the Greystone, met him there to receive the wages of his iniquity. But with what success the reader is already acquainted. This double failure of his projects threw the mind of the prophet into a train of deep and painful reflection. He began to reflect that his views of life and society might not, after all, be either the safest or the best. He looked back over his own past life and forward to the future, and he felt as if the shadow of some approaching evil was over him. He then thought of his daughter, and pictured to himself what she might have been had he discharged, as he ought to have done, the duties of a Christian parent towards her. This and other recollections pressed upon him, and his heart was once or twice upon the point of falling back into the fresh impulses of its early humanity, when the trial of tomorrow threw him once more into a gloom that settled him down into a resentful but unsatisfactory determination to discharge the duty he had imposed upon himself. Chapter 31. A double trial. Retributive justice. With beating and anxious hearts did the family of the Daltons rise upon the gloomy morning of the old man's trial. Deep concern prevented them from eating, or even feeling inclined to eat. But when about to sit down to their early and sorrowful repast, Mrs. Dalton, looking around her, asked, "Where is poor Tom from us this morning?" "He went out last night," replied one of his sisters, "but didn't come back since." "That poor boy," said his mother, "won't be long with us. He's gone every way, health and strength and reason. He has no appetite, and a child has more strength. After this day he must be kept in the house, if possible, looked to when he goes out. But indeed I fear that in a day or two he will not be able to go anywhere. Poor affectionate boy! He never recovered the death of that unhappy girl, nor ever will, and it would be well for himself that he was removed from this world, in which indeed he's now not fit to live." Little time was lost in the dispatch of their brief meal, and they set out, with the exception of Mary, to be present at the trial of their aged father. The court was crowded to excess, as was but natural, for the case had excited a very deep interest throughout almost the whole country. At length the judge was seated, and in a few minutes Cornelius Dalton was put to the bar, charged with the wilful murder of Bartholomew Sullivan, by striking him on the head with a walking stick in the corner of a field near a place called the Grey Stone, etc., etc., situate and being in the barony of, etc., etc. When the reverend-looking old man stood up at the bar, we need scarcely say that all eyes were immediately turned on him with singular interest. It was clear, however, that there was an admission of guilt in his very face, for instead of appearing with the erect and independent attitude of conscious innocence, he looked towards the judge and around the court with an expression of such remorse and sorrow, and his mild blue eye had in it a feeling so full of humility, resignation, and contrition, that it was impossible to look on his aged figure and almost white hairs with indifference, or we should rather say without sympathy. Indeed, his case appeared to be one of those in which the stern and unrelenting decree of human law comes to demand its rights, long after the unhappy victim has washed away his crime by repentance, and made his peace with God, a position in connection with conventional offences that is too often overlooked in the administration of justice and the distribution of punishment. It was not without considerable difficulty that they succeeded in prevailing on him to plead not guilty, which he did at length, but in a tone of voice that conveyed anything but a conviction of his innocence to the court, the jury, and those about him. The first witness called was Jeremiah Sullivan, who deposed that he was present in one of the Christmas Margamores, Big Market, in the year 1798, when an altercation took place between his late brother Bartle and the prisoner at the bar, respecting the price of some barley, which the prisoner had bought from his brother. The prisoner had bought it, he said, for the sum of 35 pounds 15 shillings, whilst his brother affirmed that it was only 35 pounds 13 shillings, upon which they came to blows. His brother, when struck by the prisoner, having returned the blow and knocked the prisoner down. They were then separated by their friends, who interposed, and as the cause of the dispute was so trifling, it was proposed that it should be spent in drink, each contributing one half. To this both assented, and the parties, having commenced drinking, did not confine themselves to the amount disputed, but drank on until they became somewhat tipsy, and were with difficulty kept from quarrelling again. The last words he heard from them that night were, as far as he can remember, "Dalton," said his brother, "you have no more brains than the pillar of a gate," upon which the other attempted to strike him, and, on being prevented, he shook his stick at him, and swore that, before he slept, he'd know whether he had brains or not. Their friends then took them different ways. He was separated from them, and knows nothing further about what happened. He never saw his brother alive afterwards. He then deposed to the finding of his coat and hat, each in a crushed and torn state. The footmarks in the corner of the field were proved to have been those of his brother and the prisoner, as the shoes of each exactly fitted them when tried. He was then asked how it could be possible, as his brother had altogether disappeared, to know whether his shoes fitted the footprints or not, to which he replied that one of his shoes was found on the spot the next morning, and that a second pair which he had at home were also tried and fitted precisely. The next witness was Rody Duncan, who deposed that on the night in question he was passing on a car, after having sold a load of oats in the market. On coming to the corner of the field, he saw a man drag or carry something heavy like a sack, which, on seeing him, Rody, he, the man, left hastily inside the ditch, and stooped as if to avoid being known. He asked the person what he was about, who replied that he hoped he was no gauger, by which he understood that he was concerned in private distillation, and that it might have been malt, an opinion in which he was confirmed on hearing the man's voice, which he knew to be that of the prisoner, who had been engaged in the poteen work for some years. One thing struck him, which he remembered afterwards, that the prisoner had a hat in his hand, and when it was observed in the cross-examination that the hat might have been his own, he replied that he did not think it could, as he had his own on his head at the time. He then asked, was that Condy Dalton? And the reply was, it is, unfortunately, upon which he wished him good night, and drove homewards. He remembers the night well, as he lived at that time down at the Lone Ridge, and caught a severe illness on his way home, by reason of a heavy shower that wet him to the skin. He wasn't able to leave the house for 3 months afterwards. It was an unlucky night anyway. Next came the Prophet. It was near daybreak on the morning of the same night, and he was on his way through Glendhu. He was then desired to state what it was that brought him through Glendhu at such an hour. He would tell the truth, as it was safe to do so now. He had been making United Irishmen that night, and at all events he was on his keeping, for the truth was, he had been reported to government, and there was a warrant out for him. He was then desired to proceed in his evidence, and he did so. On his way through Glendhu, he came to a very lonely spot, where he had been obliged to hide at that time more than once or twice himself. Here, to his surprise, he found the body of a man lying dead, and he knew it at once to be that of the late Bartholomew Sullivan. Beside it was a grave dug about 2 feet deep. He was astonished and shocked, and knew not what to say, but he felt that a murder had been committed, and he became dreadfully afraid. In his confusion and alarm he looked about to try if he could see any person near, when he caught a glimpse of the prisoner, Condy Dalton, crouched among a clump of blackthorn bushes, with a spade in his hands. It instantly came into his head that he, the prisoner, on finding himself discovered, might murder him also, and, in order to prevent the other from supposing that he had seen him, he shouted out and asked, "Is there anybody near?" And hearing no answer, he was glad to get off safe. In less than an hour he was on his way out of the country, for on coming within sight of his own house, he saw it surrounded with soldiers, and he lost no time in going to England, where, in about a month afterwards, he heard that the prisoner had been hanged for the murder, which was an untrue account of the affair, as he, the prisoner, had only been imprisoned for a time, which he supposed led to the report. When asked why he did not communicate an account of what he had seen to some one in the neighborhood before he went, he replied that at that hour the whole country was in bed, and when a man is flying for his life, he is not very anxious to hold conversations with anybody. On the cross-examination he said that the reason why he let the matter rest until now was that he did not wish to be the means of bringing a fellow creature to an untimely death, especially such a man as the prisoner, nor to be the means of drawing down disgrace upon his decent and respectable family. His conscience, however, always kept him uneasy, and, to tell the truth, he had neither peace nor rest for many a long year, in consequence of concealing his knowledge of the murder, and he now came forward to free his own mind from what he had suffered by it. He wished both parties well, and he hoped no one would blame him for what he was doing, for indeed of late he could not rest in his bed at night. Many a time the murdered man appeared to him and threatened him, he thought, for not disclosing what he knew. At this moment there was a slight bustle at that side of the court where the counsel for the defence sat, which after a little time subsided, and the evidence was about to close, when the latter gentleman, after having closely cross-examined him to very little purpose, said, "So you tell us that in consequence of your very tender conscience you have not of late been able to rest in your bed at night?" "I do." "And you say the murdered man appeared to you and threatened you?" "I do." "Which of them?" "Peter Magennis." "What am I saying? I mean Bartle Sullivan." "Gentlemen of the jury, you will please take down the name of Peter Magennis. Will your lordship also take a note of that? Well," he proceeded, "will you tell us what kind of a man this Bartle or Bartholomew Sullivan was?" "He was a very remarkable man in appearance, very stout, with a long face, a slight scar on his chin, and a cast in his eye." "Do you remember which of them?" "Indeed I don't, and it wouldn't be reasonable that I should, after such a distance of time." "And you saw that man murdered?" "I seen him dead after having been murdered." "Very right, I stand corrected. Well, you saw him buried?" "I didn't see him buried, but I saw him dead, as I said, and the grave ready for him." "Do you think now, if he were to rise again from that grave, that you would know him?" "Well, I'm sure I can't say. By all accounts the grave makes great changes, but if it didn't change him very much entirely, it wouldn't be hard to know him again, for, as I said, he was a remarkable man." "Well, then, we shall give you an opportunity of refreshing your memory. Here," he said, addressing himself to some person behind him, "come forward, get up on the table, and stand face to face with that man." The stranger advanced, pushed over to the corner of the table, and mounting it, stood as he had been directed, confronting the Black Prophet. "Whether you seen me dead," said the stranger, "or whether you seen me buried, is best known to yourself. All I can say is, that here I am, by name Bartle Sullivan, alive and well, thanks be to the Almighty for it." "What is this?" asked the judge, addressing Dalton's counsel. "Who is this man?" "My lord," replied that gentleman, "this is the individual for the murder of whom, upon the evidence of these two villains, the prisoner at the bar stands charged. It is a conspiracy as singular as it is diabolical, but one which, I trust, we shall clear up by and by." "I must confess I do not see my way through it at present," returned the judge. "Did not the prisoner at the bar acknowledge his guilt? Had you not some difficulty in getting him to plead not guilty? Are you sure, Mr. O'Hagan, that this stranger is not a counterfeit?" The reply of counsel could not now be heard. Hundreds in the court house, on hearing his name, and seeing him alive and well before them, at once recognized his person, and testified their recognition by the usual manifestations of wonder, satisfaction, and delight. The murmur, in fact, gradually gained strength, and deepened until it fairly burst forth in one loud and astounding cheer, and it was not as usual until the judge had threatened to commit the first person who should again disturb the court, that it subsided. There were two persons present, however, to whom we must direct a special attention of our readers. We mean Condy Dalton and the Prophet, on both of whom Sullivan's unexpected appearance produced very opposite effects. When old Dalton first noticed the strange man getting upon the table, the appearance of Sullivan, associated as it had been by the language of his counsel with some vague notion of his resurrection from the grave, filled his mind with such a morbid and uncertain feeling of everything about him, that he began to imagine himself in a dream, and that his reason must soon awaken to the terrible reality of his situation. A dimness of perception, in fact, came over all his faculties, and for some minutes he could not understand the nature of the proceedings around him. The reaction was too sudden for a mind that had been broken down so long and harassed so painfully by impressions of remorse and guilt. The consequence was that he had forgot for a time the nature of his situation. All appeared unintelligible confusion about him. He could see a multitude of faces, and the people, all agitated by some great cause of commotion, and that was then all he could understand about it. "What is this?" said he to himself. "Am I on my trial, or is it some dream that I'm dreamin' at home in my own poor place among my heart-broken family?" A little time, however, soon undeceived him, and awoke his honest heart to a true perception of his happiness. "My lord," said the strange man in reply to the judge's last observation, "I am no counterfeit, and I thank my good and gracious God that I have been able to come in time to save this worthy and honest man's life. Condy Dalton," said he, "I can explain all, but in the meantime let me shake hands with you, and ask your pardon for the bad treatment and provocation I gave you on that unlucky day. Well may I say so far as you are concerned, for, as I hear and as I see, indeed, it has caused you and your family bitter trouble and sorrow." "Bartle Sullivan, merciful Father, is this all right? Is it real? No dream, then, and I have my old friend by the hand. Let me see, let me feel you. It's truth, but there now, I don't care who sees me. I must offer one short prayer of thanksgiving to my merciful God, who has released me from the snares of my enemies, and taken this great weight off of my heart." As he spoke, he clasped his hands, looked up with an expression of deep and heartfelt gratitude to heaven, then knelt down in a corner of the dock and returned thanks to God. The prophet, on beholding the man, stood more in surprise than astonishment, and seemed evidently filled more with mortification rather than wonder. He looked around the court with great calmness, and then fastening his eyes upon Sullivan, studied, or appeared to study, his features for a considerable time. A shadow so dark, or we should rather say so fearfully black, settled upon his countenance that it gave him an almost supernatural aspect. It looked, in fact, as if the gloom of his fate had fallen upon him in the midst of his plans and iniquities. He seemed, for a moment, to feel this himself, for while the confusion and murmurs were spreading through the court, he muttered to himself, "I am doomed. I did this as if something drove me to it. However, if I could only be sure that the cursed box was really lost, I might laugh at the world still." He then looked around him with singular composure, and ultimately at the judge, as if to ascertain whether he might depart or not. At this moment a pale, sickly looking female, aided or rather supported by the pedlar and Hanlon, was in the act of approaching the place where Dalton's attorney stood, as if to make some communication to him, when a scream was heard, followed by the exclamation, "Blessed heaven, it's himself, it's himself!" Order and silence were immediately called by the crier, but the prophet's eyes had been already attracted to the woman, who was no other than Hanlon's aunt, and for some time he looked at her with an apparent sensation of absolute terror. Gradually, however, his usual indomitable hardness of manner returned to him. He still kept his gaze fixed upon her, as if to make certain that there could be no mistake, after which his countenance assumed an expression of rage and malignity that no language could describe. His teeth became absolutely locked, as if he could have ground her between them, and his eyes literally blazed with fury that resembled that of a rabid beast of prey. The shock was evidently more than the woman could bear, who, still supported by the pedlar and Hanlon, withdrew in a state almost bordering on insensibility. A very brief space now determined the trial. Sullivan's brother and several of the jurors themselves clearly established his identity, and as a matter of course, Condy Dalton was instantly discharged. His appearance in the street was hailed by the cheers and acclamations of the people, who are in general delighted with the acquittal of a fellow creature, unless under circumstances of very atrocious criminality. "I suppose I may go down," said the prophet. "You have done with me?" "Not exactly," replied Dalton's counsel. "Let these two men be taken into custody," said the judge, "and let an indictment of perjury be prepared against them, and sent to the grand jury forthwith." "My lord," proceeded the counsel, "we are, we think, in a capacity to establish a much graver charge against M'Gowan, a charge of murder, my lord, discovered under circumstances little short of providential. In short, not to trouble the reader with the dry details of the courts, after some discussion it was arranged that two bills should be prepared and sent up, one for perjury and the other for the murder of a carman named Peter Magennis, almost at the very spot where it had until then been supposed that poor Dalton had murdered Bartholomew Sullivan. The consequence was that Donald M'Gowan, the Black Prophet, found himself in the very dock where Dalton had stood the preceding day. His case, whether as regarded the perjury or the murder, was entitled to no clemency beyond that which the letter of the law strictly allowed. The judge assigned him counsel, with whom he was permitted to communicate, and he himself, probably supposing that his chance of escape was then greater than if more time were allowed to procure and arrange evidence against him, said he was ready and willing, without further notice, to be brought to trial. We beg to observe here that we do not strictly confine ourselves to the statements made during the trial, inasmuch as we deem it necessary to mention circumstances to the reader which the rules of legitimate evidence would render inadmissible in a court of justice. We are not reporting the case, and consequently hold ourselves warranted in adding whatever may be necessary to making it perfectly clear, or in withholding circumstances that did not bear upon our narrative. With this proviso, we now proceed to detail the denouement. The first evidence against him was that of our female friend, whom we have called the widow Hanlon, but who, in fact, was no other than the prophet's wife, and sister to the man Magennis, whom he had murdered. The prophet's real name, she stated, was MacIver, but why he changed it she knew not. He had been a man, in the early part of his life, of rather a kind and placid disposition, unless when highly provoked, and then his resentments were terrible. He was all his life, however, the slave of a dark and ever wakeful jealousy that destroyed his peace and rendered his life painful both to himself and others. It happened that her brother, the murdered man, had prosecuted MacIver for taking forcible possession of a house, for which he, MacIver, received 12 months' imprisonment. It happened also about that time, that is, a little before the murder, that he had become jealous of her and a neighbor, who had paid his addresses to her before marriage. MacIver at this period, acted in the capacity of a plain land surveyor among the farmers and cottiers of the barony, and had much reputation for his exactness and accuracy. While in prison, he vowed deadly vengeance against her brother Magennis, and swore that if ever she spoke to him, acknowledged him, or received him into her house during his life, she should never live another day under his roof. In this state matters were, when her brother, having heard that her husband was in a distant part of the barony, surveying or subdividing a farm, came to ask her to her sister's wedding. And while in the house, the prophet, most unexpectedly, was discovered within a few perches of the door on his return. Terror on her part, from the dread of his violence, and also an apprehension lest he and her brother should meet, and perhaps seriously injure each other, even to bloodshed, caused her to hurry the latter into another room, with instructions to get out of the window as quietly as possible and to go home. Unfortunately he did so, but had scarcely escaped when a poor mendicant woman, coming in to ask alms, exclaimed, "Take care, good people, that you have not been robbed. I saw a man comin' out of the windy and runnin' over toward Jimmy Campbell's house," Campbell being the name of the young man of whom her husband was jealous. M'Ivor, now furious, ran towards Campbell's, and meeting that person's servant maid at the door, asked if her master was at home. She replied, "Yes, he just came in this minute." "What direction did he come from?" "From the direction of your own house," she answered. It should be stated, however, that his wife, at once recollecting his jealousy, told him immediately that the person who had left the house was her brother, but he rushed on, and paid no attention whatsoever to her words. From this period forward he never lived with her, but she has heard recently, no longer ago than last night, that he had associated himself with a woman named Eleanor M'Gurk, about 30 miles farther west from their original neighborhood, near a place called Glendhu, and it was at that place her brother was murdered. Neither her anxieties nor her troubles, however, ended here. When her husband left her, he took a daughter, their only child, and then almost an infant, away with him, and contrived to circulate a report that he and she had gone to America. After her return home, she followed her nephew to this neighborhood, and that accounted for her presence there. So well indeed did he manage this matter, that she received a very contrite and affectionate letter that had been sent, she thought, from Boston, desiring her to follow himself and the child there. The deceit was successful. Gratified at the prospect of joining them, she made the due preparations and set sail. It is unnecessary to say that on arriving at Boston she could get no tidings whatsoever of either the one or the other, but as she had some relations in the place, she found them out, and resided there until within a few months ago, when she set sail for Ireland, where she arrived only a short time previous to the period of the trial. She has often heard M'Ivor say that he would settle accounts with her brother some fine night, but he usually added, "I will take my time and kill 2 birds with 1 stone when I go about it," by which she thought he meant robbing him as well as murdering him, as her brother was known mostly to have a good deal of money about him. We now add here, although the fact was not brought out until a later stage of the trial, that she proved the identity of the body found in Glendhu as being that of her brother very clearly. His right leg had been broken, and having been mismanaged, was a little crooked, which occasioned him to have a slight halt in his walk. The top joint also of the second toe on the same foot had been snapped off by the tramp of a horse, while her brother was a schoolboy, 2 circumstances which were corroborated by the coroner, and one or two of those who had examined the body at the previous inquest, and which they could then attribute only to injuries received during his rude interment, but which were now perfectly intelligible and significant. The next witness called was Bartholomew Sullivan, who deposed that about a month before his disappearance from the country, he was one night coming home from a wake, and within half a mile of the Greystone he met a person, evidently a carman, accompanying a horse and cart, who bade him the time of night as he passed. He noticed that the man had a slight halt as he walked, but could not remember his face, although the night was by no means dark. On passing onwards toward home, he met another person walking after the carman, who, on seeing him, Sullivan, hastily threw some weapon or other into the ditch. The hour was about 3 o'clock in the morning, and on looking close at the man, for he seemed to follow the other in a stealthy way, he could only observe that he had a very pale face and heavy black eyebrows. Indeed, he has little doubt but that the prisoner is the man, although he will not actually swear it after such a length of time. This was the evidence given by Bartholomew Sullivan. The third witness produced was Theodosius McMahon, or as he was better known, Toddy Mac the pedlar, who deposed to the fact of having previously to his departure for Boston given to Peter McGinnis a present of a steel tobacco box as a keepsake, and as the man did not use tobacco, he said, on putting it into his pocket, "This will do nicely to hold my money in on my way home from Dublin," upon which Toddy Mac observed laughingly that if he put either silver or brass in it, half the country would know it by the jingle. "I'll take care of that, never fear," replied McGinnis, "for I'll put nothing in this but the soft comfortable notes." He was asked if the box had any particular mark by which it might be known. Yes, he had himself punched upon the lid of it the initials of a person to whom he gave it, P.M. for Peter McGinnis. "Would you know the box if you saw it?" "Certainly." "Is that it?" asked the prosecuting attorney, placing the box in his hands. "That is the same box I gave him, upon my oath. It's a good deal rusted now, but there's the holes as I punched them, and by the same token there is the letter P, the very place with the two holes broke into one, as I was punching it." "Pray, how did the box come to turn up?" asked the judge. "In whose possession has it been ever since, my lord? We have just come to that. Crier, call Eleanor M'Gurk." The woman hitherto known as Nelly M'Gowan, and supposed to be the prophet's wife, now made her appearance. "Will you state to the gentlemen of the jury what you know about this box?" Our readers are partially aware of her evidence with respect to it. We shall, however, briefly recapitulate her account of the circumstance. The first time she ever saw it, she said, was the night the carman was murdered, or that he disappeared at any rate. She resided by herself in a little house at the mouth of the Glendhu, the same she and the prophet had lived in ever since. They had not long been acquainted at that time, but still longer than was right or proper. She had been very little in the country then, and any time he did come was principally at night, when he stopped with her, and went away again, generally before day in the morning. He passed himself on her as an unmarried man, and said his name was M'Gowan. On that evening he came about dusk, but went out again, and she did not see him till far in the night, when he returned, and appeared to be fatigued and agitated. His clothes, too, were soiled and crumpled, especially the collar of his shirt, which was nearly torn off, as in a struggle of some kind. She asked him what was the matter with him, and said he looked as if he had been fighting. He replied, "No, Nelly, but I've killed 2 birds with 1 stone this night." She asked him what he meant by those words, but he would give her no further information. "I'll give no explanation," said he, "but this," and turning his back to her, he opened a tobacco box, which, by stretching her neck, she saw distinctly, and taking out a roll of bank notes, he separated one from the rest, and handing it to her, exclaimed, "There's all the explanation you can want. A close mouth, Nelly, is the sign of a wise head, and by keeping a close mouth you'll get more explanations of this kind. Do you understand that?" said he. "I do," she replied. "Very well, then," he observed, "let that be the law and gospel between us." When he fell asleep, she got up, and looking at the box, saw that it was stuffed with bank notes, had a broken hinge, the hinge was freshly broken, and something like 2 letters on the lid of it. She then did not see it, she continued, until some weeks ago, when his daughter and herself having had a quarrel, in which the girl cut her, she, his daughter, on stretching up for some cobwebs on the wall to staunch the bleeding, accidentally pulled the box out of a crevice in which it had been hid. About this time, she added, the prisoner became very restless at night, indeed, she might say by day and night, and after a good deal of gloomy ill temper, he made inquiries for it, and on hearing that it had again appeared, even threatened her life if it were not produced. She closed her evidence by stating that she had secreted it, but could tell nothing of its ultimate and mysterious disappearance. Hanlon's part in tracing the murder is already known, we presume, to the reader. He dreamt, but his dream was not permitted to go to the jury, that his father came to him and said that if he repaired to the Grey Stone at Glendhu on a night which he named, at the hour of 12 o'clock, he would get such a clue to his murder as would enable him to bring his murderer to justice. "Are you the son, then, of the man who is said to have been murdered?" asked the judge. "He was his son," he replied, "and came first to that part of the country in consequence of having been engaged in a party fight in his native place. It seems a warrant had been issued against him and others, and he thought it more prudent to take his mother's name, which was Hanlon, in order to avoid discovery, the case being a very common one under circumstances of that kind." Rody Duncan's explanation with respect to the tobacco box was not called for on the trial, but we shall give it here in order to satisfy the reader. He saw Nelly M'Gowan, as we may still call her, thrusting something under the thatch of the cabin, and feeling a kind of curiosity to ascertain what it could be, he seized the first opportunity of examining, and finding a tobacco box, he put it in his pocket, and thought himself extremely fortunate in securing it, for reasons which the reader will immediately understand. The truth is that Rody, together with about half a dozen virtuous youths in the neighborhood, were in the habit of being out pretty frequently at night, for what purposes we will not now wait to inquire. Their usual place of rendezvous was the Grey Stone, in consequence of the shelter and concealment which its immense projections afforded them. On the night of the first meeting between Sarah and Hanlon, Rody had heard the whole conversation by accident, whilst waiting for his companions, and very judiciously furnished the groans, as he did also upon the second night, on both occasions for his own amusement. His motives for ingratiating himself through means of the box with Sarah and Hanlon are already known to the reader, and require no further explanation from us. In fact, such a train of circumstantial evidence was produced as completely established the prophet's guilt in the opinion of all who had heard the trial, and the result was a verdict of guilty by the jury and a sentence of death by the judge. "Your case," said the judge, as he was about to pronounce sentence, "is another proof of the certainty with which Providence never, so to speak, loses sight of the man who deliberately sheds his fellow creature's blood. It is an additional and striking instance, too, of the retributive spirit with which it converts all the most cautious disguises of guilt, no matter how ingeniously assumed, into the very manifestations by which its enormity is discovered and punished. After recommending him to a higher tribunal, and impressing upon him the necessity of repentance and seeking peace with God, he sentenced him to be hanged by the neck on the 4th day after the close of the assizes, recommending his soul as usual to the mercy of his Creator. The prophet was evidently a man of great moral intrepidity and firmness. He kept his black, unquailing eye fixed upon the judge while he spoke, but betrayed not a single symptom of a timid or vacillating spirit. When the sentence was pronounced, he looked with an expression of something like contempt upon those who had broken out, as usual, into those murmurs of compassion and satisfaction which are sometimes uttered under circumstances similar to his. "Now," said he to the gaoler, "that everything is over, and the worst come to the worst, the sooner I get to my cell the better. I have despised the world too long to care a single curse what it says or thinks of me or about me. All I'm sorry for is that I didn't take more out of it, and that I let it slip through my hands as easily as I did. My curse upon it and its villainy bring me in." The gratification of the country for a wide circle round was now absolutely exuberant. There was not only the acquittal of the good-hearted and generous old man to fill the public with a feeling of delight, but also the unexpected resurrection, as it were, of honest Bartholomew Sullivan, which came to animate all parties with a double enjoyment. Indeed, the congratulations which both parties received were sincere and fervent. Old Condy Dalton had no sooner left the dock than he was surrounded by friends and relatives, each and all anxious to manifest their sense of his good fortune, in the usual way of treating him and his family. Their gratitude, however, towards the Almighty for the unexpected interposition in their favour was too exalted and pious to allow them to profane it by convivial indulgences. With as little delay, therefore, as might be, they sought their humble cabin, where a scene awaited them that was calculated to dash with sorrow the sentiments of justifiable exultation which they felt. Our readers may remember that owing to Sarah's illness, the prophet, as an afterthought, had determined to give to the abduction of Mave Sullivan the colour of a famine outrage, and for this purpose he had resolved also to engage Thomas Dalton to act as a kind of leader, a circumstance which he hoped would change the character of the proceedings altogether to one of wild and licentious revenge on the part of Dalton. Poor Dalton lent himself to this, as far as its aspect of a mere outbreak had attractions for the melancholy love of turbulence, by which he had been of late unhappily animated. He accordingly left home with the intention of taking a part in their proceedings, but he never joined them. Where he had gone to, or how he had passed the night, nobody knew. Be this as it may, he made his appearance at home about noon, on the day of his father's trial, in evidently a dying state, and in this condition his family found him on their return. 'Tis true, they had the consolation of perceiving that he was calmer and more collected than he had been since the death of Peggy Murtagh. His reason, indeed, might be said to have been altogether restored. They found him sitting in his father's arm-chair, his head supported, oh, how tenderly supported, by his affectionate sister Mary. Mrs. Dalton herself had come before to break the joyful tidings to this excellent girl, who, on seeing her, burst into tears, exclaiming in Irish, "Mother dear, I'm afraid you're bringing a heavy heart to a house of sorrow." "A light heart, dear Mary, a light and grateful heart. Your father, acushla machree, your father, my dear unhappy Tom, is not a murderer." The girl had one arm around her brother's neck, but she instinctively raised the other as if in ecstatic delight, but in a moment she dropped it again, and said sorrowfully, "Ay, but mother dear, didn't he say himself he was guilty?" "He thought so, dear, but it was only a rash blow, and oh, how many a deadly accident has come from harsh blows. The man was not killed at all, dear Mary, but is alive and well, and was in the court house this day. Oh, what do we not owe to a good God for his mercy towards us all? Tom, dear, I'm glad to see you at home. You must not go out again." "Oh, mother dear," said his sister, kissing him and bursting into tears, "Tom's dying." "What's this?" exclaimed his mother. "Death's in my boy's face." He raised his head gently, and looking at her, replied with a faint smile, "No, mother, I will not go out any more. I will be good at last. It's time for me." At this moment old Dalton and the rest of the family entered the house, but were not surprised at finding Mary and her mother in tears, for they supposed, naturally enough, that the tears were tears of joy for the old man's acquittal. Mrs. Dalton raised her hand to enjoin silence, and then, pointing to her son, said, "We must keep quiet for a little." They all looked upon the young man, and saw that death, immediate death, was stamped upon his features, gleamed wildly out of his eyes, and spoke in his feeble and hollow voice. "Father," said he, "let me kiss you, or come and kiss me. Thank God for what has happened this day, father," he added, looking up into the old man's face with an expression of unutterable sorrow and affection. "Father, I know I was wild, but I will be wild no more. I was wicked too, but I will be wicked no more. There is an end now to all my follies and all my crimes, and I hope that God will have mercy upon me and forgive me." The tears rained fast upon his pale face from the old man's eyes as he exclaimed, "He will have mercy upon you, my darlin' son. Look to him. I know, darlin', that whatever crimes or follies you committed, you are sorry for them, and God will forgive you." "I am," he replied. "Kiss me, all of you. My sight is gettin' weak, and my tongue isn't so strong as it was." One after one they all kissed him, and as each knew that this tender and sorrowful embrace must be the last that should ever pass between them, it is impossible adequately to describe the scene which then took place. "I have a request to make," he added feebly, "and it is that I may sleep with Peggy and our baby. Maybe I'm not worthy of that, but still I'd like it, and my heart's upon it, and I think she would like it too." "It can be done, and we'll do it," replied his mother. "We'll do it, my darlin' boy, my son, we'll do it. Don't you all forgive me everything?" They could only for some time reply by their tears, but at length they did reply, and he seemed satisfied. "Now," said he, "there was an old Irish air that Peggy used to sing for me. I thought I heard her often singin' it of late. Did I?" "I suppose so, darlin'," replied his mother. "I suppose you did. Mary here," he proceeded, "sings it. I would like to hear it before I go. It's the air of Gra Gal Machree." "Before you go, alanna!" exclaimed his father, pressing him tenderly to his breast. "Oh, but they're bitter words to us, my darlin' and my lovin' boy. But the air, Mary, darlin', strive and sing it for him as well as you can." It was a trying task for the affectionate girl, who, however, so far overcame her grief as to be able to sing it with the very pathos of nature itself. "Ay," said he, as she proceeded, "that's it. That's what Peggy used to sing for me, because she knew I liked it." Tender and full of sorrow were the notes as they came from the innocent lips of that affectionate sister. Her task, however, was soon over, for scarcely had she concluded the air, when her poor brother's ears and heart were closed to the melody and affection it breathed for ever. "I know," said she with tears, "that there's one thing will give comfort to you all respecting poor Tom. Peter Rafferty, who helped him home, seeing the dying state he was in, went over to the car and brought one of Father Hanratty's curates to him, so that he didn't depart without receiving the rites of the church, thank God." This took the sting of bitterness out of their grief, and infused into it a spirit that soothed their hearts, and sustained them by that consolation which the influence of religion and its ordinances in the hour of death and sorrow never failed to give an Irish family. Old Dalton's sleep was sound that night, and when he awoke the next morning, the first voice he heard was that of our friend Toddy Mack, which, despite of the loss they had sustained, and its consequent sorrow, diffused among them a spirit of cheerfulness and contentment. "You have no reason," said he, "to fly in the face of God. I don't mean you, Mrs. Dalton, but these youngsters. If what I heard is true, that poor boy never was himself since the girl died, it was a mercy for God to take him. And after all, he is a better judge of what's fit for us than we ourselves. Bounce now, Mr. Dalton. You have little time to lose. I want you to come with me to the agent, Mr. Travers. He wishes, I think, to see yourself, for he says he has heard a good account of you, and I promised to bring you. If we're there by 2 o'clock, we'll hit the time pretty close." "What can he want with him, do you think?" asked Mrs. Dalton. "Dear knows, 50 things, maybe to stand for one of his children, or but forgive me, I could be merry anywhere else but here. Forgive me, Mrs. Dalton." In a short time Dalton and he mounted a car which Toddy had brought with him, and started for the office of Mr. Travers. Section 15. Section 16 of The Black Prophet by William Carleton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 16. While they are on their way, we shall return to our friend young Dick, who was left to trudge home from the Greystone on the night set apart for the abduction of Mave Sullivan. Hanlon, or McGinnis, as we ought now to call him, having by his shrewdness and Rody Duncan's loose manner of talking succeeded in preventing the burglarious attack upon his master's house, was a good deal surprised at young Dick's quick return, for he had not expected him at all that night. The appearance of the young gentleman was calculated to excite impressions of rather a serio-comic character. "Hanlon," said he, "is all right? Every man at his post?" "All right, sir, but I did not expect you back so soon. Whatever you've been engaged on to-night is a secret you've kept me out of." "Damme, I was afraid of you, Hanlon. You were too honest for what I was about to-night. You wouldn't have stood it. I probed you on it once before, and you winced." "Well, sir, I assure you I don't wish to know what it is." "Why, as the whole thing has failed, there can be no secret in it now. The old prophet hoaxed me cursedly to-night. It was arranged between us that he should carry off Sullivan's handsome daughter for me, and what does the mercenary old scoundrel do but put his own in her place, with a view of imposing her on me. Faith, and of the two she is thought to be the finest and handsomest girl. But, my God, how could he do what you say, and his daughter sick of the typhus? There's some damned puzzle about it, I grant. He seemed puzzled. His daughter seemed sick, sure enough. And I am sick. Hanlon, I fear I've caught the typhus from her. I can think of nothing else. Go to bed, sir. I told you as you went out that you had taken rather too much. You've been disappointed, and you're vexed. That's what ails you. But go to bed, and you'll sleep it off. Yes, I must. In a day or two it's arranged that I and Travers are to settle about the leases, and I must meet that worthy gentleman with a clear head. Is Darby Skinadre, sir, to have Dalton's farm? Why, I've pocketed 100 of his money for it, and I think he ought. However, all this part of the property is out of lease, and you know we can neither do nor say anything till we get the new leases. Oh, yes, you can, sir, replied Hanlon, laughing. It's clear you can do at any rate. How is that? What do you grin at, confound you? You can take the money, sir. That's what I mean by doin' him. Ha, ha, ha. Very good, Charley, but I'm sick, and I very much fear that I've caught this confounded typhus. The next day, being that on which the trial took place, he rose not from his bed, and when the time appointed for meeting Travers came, he was not at all in anything of an improved condition. His gig was got ready, however, and, accompanied by Hanlon, he drove to the agent's office. Travers was a quick, expert man of business, who lost but little time and few words in his dealings with the world. He was clear, rapid, and decisive, and having once formed an opinion, there was scarcely any possibility in changing it. This indeed was the worst and most impracticable point about him, for as it often happened that his opinions were based upon imperfect or erroneous data, it consequently followed that his inflexibility was but another name for obstinacy, and not unfrequently for injustice. As Henderson entered the office, he met our friend the pedlar and old Dalton going out. "Dalton," said Travers, "do you and your friend stay in the next room. I wish to see you again before you go. How do you do, Henderson?" "I'm not well," replied Henderson, "not at all well, but it won't signify." "How is your father?" "Much as usual. I wonder he didn't call on you." "No, he did not. I suppose he's otherwise engaged. The assizes always occupy him. However, now to business, Mr. Henderson," and he looked inquiringly at Dick, as much as to say, "I am ready to hear you." "We had better see, I think," proceeded Dick, "and make arrangements about these new leases. I shall expect to be bribed for each of them, Mr. Richard." "Bribed!" exclaimed the other. "Ha, ha, ha, that's good." "Why, do you think there's anything morally wrong or dishonorable in a bribe?" asked the other, with a very serious face. Come, Mr. Travers," said Dick, "a joke's a joke. Only don't put so grave a face on you when you ask such a question. However, as you say yourself, now to business about these leases." "I trust," continued Travers, "that I am both an honest man and a gentleman, yet I expect a bribe for every lease." "Well, then," replied Henderson, "it is not generally supposed that either an honest man or a gentleman would take a bribe, eh?" "Well, damn it, no, not exactly that either. But come, let us understand each other. If you will be wilful on it, why, a wilful man, they say, must have his way. Bribery, however, rank bribery, is a crime to which neither an honest man nor a gentleman would stoop. You see, I anticipate what you are about to say. You despise bribery, Mr. Henderson?" "Sir," replied the other, rather warmly. "I trust that I am a gentleman and an honest man too, but still a wilful man. Mr. Henderson must have his way, you know." "Well, of course, you are a gentleman and an honest man." He then rose, and touching the bell, said to the servant who answered it, "Send in the man named Darby Skinadre." If that miserable wretch was thin and shrivelled looking when first introduced to our readers, he appeared at the present period little else than the shadow of what he had been. He not only lost heavily the usurious credit he had given, in consequence of the widespread poverty and crying distress of the wretched people, who were mostly insolvent, but he suffered severely by the outrages which had taken place, and doubly so in consequence of the anxiety which so many felt to wreak their vengeance on him under that guise, for his heartlessness and blood-sucking extortions upon them. "Your name," proceeded the agent, "is Darby Skinadre?" "Yes, sir." "And you have given this gentleman a sum of £100 as a bribe for promising you a lease of Cornelius Dalton's farm?" "I gave him £100, but not at all as a bribe, sir. I'm an honest man, I trust, and the Lord forbid I'd have anything to do wid a bribe. And if you and he knew, if you only knew, both of you, the hard strivin' and scrapin' and sweepin' I had to get it together." "That will do, sir. Be silent. You received this money, Mr. Henderson?" "Tut, Travers, my good friend, this is playing too high a card about such a matter. Don't you know devilish well that these things are common, ay, and among gentlemen and honest men too, as you say?" "Well, that is a discussion upon which I shall not enter. Now, as you say, to business." "Well, then," continued Henderson, smiling, "if you have no objection, I am willing that you should take Skinadre's affair and mine as a precedent between you and me. Let us not be fools, Mr. Travers. It is every one for himself in this world." "What is it you expect, in the first place?" asked the agent. "Why, new leases," replied the other, "upon reasonable terms, of course." "Well, then," said Travers, "I beg to inform you that you shall not have them, with only one exception. You shall have a lease of 69 acres attached to the Grange, being the quantity of land you actually farm." "Pray, why not all of the property?" asked Dick. "My good friend," replied the agent, nearly in his own words to the pedlar, "the fact is that we are about to introduce a new system altogether upon our property. We are determined to manage it upon a perfectly new principle. It has been too much sublet under us, and we have resolved, Mr. Henderson, to rectify this evil." "That is my answer. With the exception of the Grange farm, you get no leases. You shall turn over a new leaf, and see that a better order of things be established upon the property. As for you, Skinadre, settle this matter of your £100 with Mr. Henderson as best you may. That was a private transaction between yourselves. Between yourselves, then, does the settlement of it lie." He once more touched the bell, and desired Cornelius Dalton and the pedlar to be sent in. "Mr. Henderson," he proceeded, "I will bid you good morning. You certainly look ill. Skinadre, you may go. I have sent for Mr. Dalton, Mr. Henderson, to let him know that he shall be reinstated in his farm, and every reasonable allowance made him for the oppression and injustice he and his respectable family have suffered at, I will not say whose hands." "Travers," replied Henderson, "your conduct is harsh, and however, I cannot now think of leases. I am every moment getting worse. I am very ill. Good morning." He then went. "And am I to lose my £100, your honour, of my hard earned money that I squeezed out of the blood and marrow and life of the struggling people, you heartless extortioner. Begone, sirrah! A foot of land upon the property for which I am agent you shall never occupy. You and your tribe, whether you batten upon the distress of struggling industry into the deceitful maelstroms of the metropolis, or in the dirty, dingy shops of the private country village, are each a scorpion curse to the people. Your very existence is a libel upon the laws by which the rights of civil society are protected. Truth, your honour does me injustice. I never see a case of distress that my heart doesn't beat with a leech-like propensity to pounce upon it. Begone!" The man slunk out. "Dalton," he proceeded, when the old man, accompanied by the pedlar, came in, "I sent for you to say that I am willing you should have your farm again." "Sir," replied the other, "I am thankful and grateful to you for that kindness, but it's now too late. I am not able to go back upon it. I have neither money nor stock of any kind. I am deeply and gratefully obliged to you, but I have not a sixpence worth in the world to put on it. An honest heart, sir, and a clear fame is all that God has left me, blessed be his name." "Don't believe a word of it," replied the pedlar, "only let your honour give him a good lease at a reasonable rent, making an allowance for his improvements." "Never mind conditions, my good friend," said the agent, "but proceed, for if I don't mistake, you will yourself give him a lift." "Maybe we'll find him stock and capital a trifle, anyway," replied the pedlar, with a knowing wink. "I haven't carried the pack all my life for nothing, I hope." "I understand," said the agent to Dalton, "that one of your sons is dead. I leave town to-day, but I shall be here this day fortnight. Call then, and we shall have everything arranged. Your case was a very hard one, and a very common one, but it was one with which we had nothing to do, and in which until now we could not interfere. I have looked clearly into it, and regret to find that such cases do exist upon Irish property to a painful extent, although I am glad to find that public opinion and a more enlightened experience are every day considerably diminishing the evil." He then rang for some one else, and our friends withdrew, impressed with a grateful sense of his integrity and justice. Chapter 32. Conclusion. The interest excited by the trial, involving as it did so much that concerned the Sullivans, especially the hopes and affections of their daughter Mave, naturally induced them, though not on this latter account, young and old, to attend the assizes, not excepting Mave herself, for her father, much against her inclination, had made a point to bring her with them. On finding, however, how matters turned out, a perfect and hearty reconciliation took place between the two families, in the course of which Mave and the prophet's wife once more renewed their acquaintance. Some necessary and brief explanation took place, in the course of which allusion was made to Sarah and her state of health. "I hope," said Mave, "you will lose no time in goin' to see her. I know her affectionate heart, and that when she hears and feels that she has a mother alive and well, and that loves her as she ought to be loved, it will put new life into her." "She is a fine looking girl," replied her mother, "and while I was speaking to her, I felt my heart warm to her, sure enough, but she's a wild creature, they say." "Hasty a little," said Mave, "but then such a heart as she has. You ought to go see her at onst." "I would, dear, and my heart is longing to see her, but I think it's better that I should not till after this trial to morrow. I'm to be a witness against the unfortunate man." "Against her father? Against your own husband?" exclaimed Mave, looking aghast at this information. Yes, dear, for it was my brother he murdered, and he must take the consequences, if he was my husband and her father 10 times over. My brother's blood mustn't pass for nothing. Besides, the hand o' God is in it, and I must do my duty." The heart of the gentle and heroic Mave, which could encounter contagion and death from a principle of unconscious magnanimity and affection that deserved a garland, now shrunk back with pain at the sentiments so coolly expressed by Sarah's mother. She thought for a moment of young Dalton, and that if she were called upon to prosecute him, but she hastily put the fearful hypothesis aside, and was about to bid her acquaintance good-bye, when the latter said, "To-morrow, or rather the day after, I'd wish to see her, for then I'll know what will happen to him, and how to act with her, and if you'd come with me I'd be glad of it, and you'd oblige me." Mave's gentle and affectionate spirit was disquieted within her by what she had already heard, but a moment's reflection convinced her that her presence on the occasion might be serviceable to Sarah, whose excitable temperament and delicate state of health required gentle and judicious treatment. "I'm afeard," said Mrs. M'Ivor, "that by the time the trial's over tomorrow, it'll be too late. But let us say the day after, if it's the same to you." "Well, then," replied Mave, "you can call to our place as it's on your way, and we'll both go together." "If she knew her," said Mave to her friends on her way home, "as I do, if she only knew the heart she has, the lovin' and fearless, the great heart, oh, if she did, no earthly thing would prevent her from goin' to her without the loss of a minute's time. Poor Sarah, brave and generous girl, what wouldn't I do to bring her back to health? But ah, mother, I'm afeard," and as the noble girl spoke, the tears gushed to her eyes. "It's my last act for you," she whispered to me, "on that night when the house was surrounded by villains. I know what you risked for me in the shed. I know it, dear Mave, and I am now striving to pay back my debt to you." "Oh, mother," she exclaimed, where could one look for the like of her? And yet how little does the world know about her goodness, or her greatness, I may say." "Well," proceeded Mave, "she paid that debt, and I'm afeard, mother, it'll turn out that it was with her own life she paid it." At the hour appointed, Mrs. M'Ivor and Mave set out on their visit to Sarah, each now aware of the dreadful and inevitable doom that awaited her father, and of the part which one of them at least had taken in bringing it about. About half an hour before their arrival, Sarah, whose anxiety touching the fate of old Dalton could endure no more, lay awaiting the return of her nurse, a simple, good-hearted, matter-of-fact creature, who had no notion of ever concealing the truth under any circumstances. The poor girl had sent her to get an account of the trial the best way she could, and as we said, she now lay awaiting her return. At length she came in. "Well, Biddy, what's the news, or have you got any?" The old woman gently and affectionately put her hand over on Sarah's forehead, as if the act was a religious ceremony, and accompanied an invocation, as indeed she intended it to do. "May God in his mercy soon relieve you from your trials, my poor girl, and bring you to himself. But it's the black news I have for you this day." Sarah started. "What news?" she asked hastily. "What black news?" "Hush now, and I'll tell you. In the first place, your mother is alive, and has come to the country." Sarah immediately sat up in the bed without assistance, and fastening her black brilliant eyes upon the woman, exclaimed, "My mother, my mother, my own mother! And do you dare to tell me that this is black news? Leave the house, I bid you. I'll get up. I'm not sick. I'm well. Great God, yes, I'm well, very well. But how dare you name black news and my mother, my blessed mother, in the same breath or on the same day? Will you hear me out, then?" continued the nurse. "No," replied Sarah, attempting to get up. "I want to hear no more. Now I wish to live. Now I am sure of one, and that one my mother, my own mother, to love me, to guide me, to teach me all that I ought to know, but above all to love me. And my father, my poor unhappy father, and he is unhappy, he loves me too. Oh, Biddy, I can forgive you now for what you said. I will be happy still, and my mother will be happy, and my father, my poor father, will be happy yet. He'll reform, repent maybe, and he'll once more get back his early heart, his heart when it was good, and not hardened, as he says it was, by the world. Biddy, did you ever see any one cry with joy before? Ha, ha! Did you now?" "God strengthen you, my poor child," exclaimed the nurse, bursting into tears, "for what will become of you? Your father, Sarah dear, is to be hanged for murder, and it was your mother's evidence that hanged him. She swore against him on the trial, and his sentence is passed. Bartle Sullivan wasn't murdered at all, but another man was, and it was your father that done it. On next Friday he's to be hanged, and your mother, they say, swore his life away. If that's not black news, I don't know what is." Sarah's face had been flushed to such a degree by the first portion of the woman's intelligence, that its expression was brilliant and animated beyond belief. On hearing its conclusion, however, the change from joy to horror was instantaneous, shocking, and pitiable, beyond all power of language to express. She was struck perfectly motionless and ghastly, and as she kept her large lucid eyes fixed upon the woman's face, the powers of life that had been hitherto in such a tumult of delight within her seemed slowly, and with a deadly and scarcely perceptible motion, to ebb out of her system. The revulsion was too dreadful, and with the appearance of one who was anxious to shrink or hide from something that was painful, she laid her head down on the humble pillow of her bed. "Now, asthore," said the woman, struck by the woeful change, "don't take it too much to heart. You're young, and please God, you'll get over it all yet." "No," she replied, in a voice so utterly changed and deprived of its strength that the woman could with difficulty hear or understand her. "There's but one good bein' in the world," she said to herself, "and that is Mave Sullivan. I have no mother, no father. All I can love now is Mave Sullivan, that's all." "Every one that knows her does," said the nurse. "Who?" said Sarah inquiringly. "Why, Mave Sullivan," replied the other. "Weren't you speaking about her?" "Was I?" said she. "Maybe so. What was I sayin'?" She then put her hand to her forehead, as if she felt pain and confusion, after which she waved the nurse toward her, but on the woman stooping down, she seemed to forget that she had beckoned to her at all. At this moment Mave and her mother entered, and after looking towards the bed on which she lay, they inquired in a whisper from her attendant how she was. The woman pointed hopelessly to her own head, and then looked significantly at Sarah, as if to intimate that her brain was then unsettled. "There's something wrong here," she added in an undertone, and touching her head, "especially since I told her what had happened." "Is she acquainted with everything?" asked her mother. "She is," replied the other. "She knows that her father is to die on Friday, and that you swore agin him." "But what on earth," said Mave, "could make you be so mad as to let her know anything of that kind?" "Why, she sent me to get word," replied the simple creature. "And you wouldn't have me tell her a lie, and the poor girl on her deathbed, I'm afeard." Her mother went over and stood opposite where she lay, that is, near the foot of her bed, and putting one hand under her chin, looked at her long and steadily. Mave went to her side, and taking her hand gently up, kissed it, and wept quietly but bitterly. It was indeed impossible to look upon her without a feeling of deep and extraordinary interest. Her singularly youthful aspect, her surprising beauty, to which disease and suffering had given a character of purity and tenderness almost ethereal, the natural symmetry and elegance of her very arms and hands, the wonderful whiteness of her skin, which contrasted so strikingly with the raven black of her glossy hair, and the soul of thought and feeling which lay obviously expressed by the long silken eyelashes of her closed eyes, all, when taken in at a glance, were calculated to impress a beholder with love and sympathy and tenderness such as no human heart could resist. Mave, on glancing at her mother, saw a few tears stealing, as it were, down her cheeks. "I wish to God, my dear daughter," exclaimed the latter, in a low voice, "that I had never seen your face, lovely as it is, and it surely would be better for yourself that you had never been born." She then passed to the bedside, and taking Mave's place, who withdrew, she stooped down, and placing her lips upon Sarah's white broad forehead, exclaimed, "May God bless you, my dear daughter, is the heartfelt prayer of your unhappy mother." Sarah suddenly opened her eyes and started. "What is wrong? There is something wrong. Didn't I hear some one callin' me daughter? Here's a strange woman, Charley Hanlon's aunt. Biddy, come here." "Well, acushla, here I am. Keep yourself quiet, achora. What is it?" "Didn't you tell me that my mother swore my father's life away?" "It's what they say," replied the matter-of-fact nurse. "Then it's a lie that's come from hell itself," she replied. "Oh, if I was only up and strong as I was, let me see the man or woman that durst say so. My mother to become unnatural and treacherous, and I have a mother, ha, ha! Oh, how often have I thought of this, thought of what a girl I would be if I was to have a mother, how good I would be too, how kind to her, how I would love her, and how she would love me, and then my heart would sink when I'd think of home. Ay, and when Nelly would speak cruelly and harshly to me, I'd feel as if I could kill her or anyone." Her eye here caught Mave Sullivan's, and she again started. "What is this?" she exclaimed. "Am I still in the shed? Mave Sullivan, help me up, Biddy." "I am here, dear Sarah," replied the gentle girl. "I am here. Keep yourself quiet, and don't attempt to sit up. You're not able to do it." The composed and serene aspect of Mave, and the kind, touching tones of her voice, seemed to operate favorably upon her, and to aid her in collecting her confused and scattered thoughts into something like order. "Oh, dear Mave," said she, "what is this? What has happened? Isn't there something wrong? I'm confused. Have I a mother? Have I a livin' mother that will love me?" Her large eyes suddenly sparkled with singular animation as she asked the last question, and Mave thought it was the most appropriate moment to make the mother known to her. "You have, dear Sarah, and here she is waitin' to clasp you to her heart and give you her blessin'." "Where?" she exclaimed, starting up in her bed as if in full health. "My mother? Where? Where?" She held her arms out towards her, for Mave had again assumed the mother's station at her bedside, and the latter stood at a little distance. On seeing her daughter's arms widely extended towards her, she approached her, but whether checked by Sarah's allusion to her conduct, or from a wish to spare her excitement, or from some natural coldness of disposition, is difficult to say, she did it with so little appearance of the eager enthusiasm that the heart of the latter expected, and with a manner so singularly cool and unexcited, that Sarah, whose feelings were always decisive and rapid as lightning, had time to recognize her features as Hanlon's aunt, whom she had seen and talked to before. But that was not all. She perceived not in her those external manifestations of strong affection and natural tenderness for which her own heart yearned almost convulsively. There was no sparkling glance, no precipitate emotion, no gushing of tears, no mother's love, in short, nothing of what her noble and loving spirit could, recognized as kindred to itself and to her warm and impulsive heart. The moment, the glance that sought and found not what it looked for, were decisive. The arms that had been extended remained extended still, but the spirit of that attitude was changed, as was that eager and tumultuous delight which had just flashed from her countenance. Her thoughts, as we said, were quick, and in almost a moment's time she appeared to be altogether a different individual. "Stop!" she exclaimed, now repelling instead of soliciting the embrace. "There isn't the love of a mother in that woman's heart. And what did I hear? That she swore my father's life away, her husband's life away. No, no, I'm changed. I see my father's blood, shed by her too, his own wife. Look at her features, they're hard and harsh. There's no love in her eyes. They're cold and severe. No, no, there's something wrong there. I feel that. I feel it. It's here. The feelin's in my heart. Oh, what a dark hour this is. You are right, Biddy. You brought me black news this day. But it won't trouble me long. It won't trouble this poor brain long. It won't pierce this poor heart long. I hope not. Oh," she exclaimed, turning to Mave, and extending her arms toward her, "Mave Sullivan, let me die." The affectionate but disappointed girl had all Mave's sympathies, whose warm and affectionate feelings recoiled from the coldness and apparent want of natural tenderness which characterized the mother's manner, under circumstances in themselves so affecting. Still, after having soothed Sarah for a few minutes, and placed her head once more upon the pillow, she whispered to the mother, who seemed to think more than to feel, "Don't be surprised when you consider the state she's in, and indeed it isn't to be wondered at after what she has heard. You must make every allowance for the poor girl." Sarah's emotions were now evidently in incessant play. "Biddy," said she, "come here again, help me up." "Dear Sarah," said Mave, "you are not able to bear all this. If you could compose yourself and forget everything unpleasant for a while, till you grow strong. If I could forget that my mother has no heart to love me with, that she's cold and strange to me, if I could forget that she's brought my father to a shameful death, my father's heart wasn't altogether bad. No, and he was once, I mean in his early life, a good man. I know that, I feel that. Dear Sarah, sleep deep, dear Sarah. No, bad as he is, there was 1,000 times more love and nature in the voice that spoke them words than in 100 women like my mother, that hasn't yet kissed my lips. Biddy, come here, I say. Here, lift me up again." There was such energy and fire and command in her voice and words now, that Mave could not remonstrate any longer, nor the nurse refuse to obey her. When she was once more placed sitting, she looked about her. "Mother," she said, "come here." And as she pronounced the word mother, a trait so beautiful, so exquisite, so natural, and so pathetic, accompanied it. that Mave once more wept. Her voice, in uttering the word, quivered and softened into tenderness with the affection which nature itself seems to have associated with it. Sarah herself remarked this, even in the anguish of the moment. "My very heart knows and loves the word," she said. "Oh, why is it that I am to suffer this? Is it possible that the empty name is all that's left me after all? Mother, come here. I am pleadin' for my father now. You pleaded against him, but I always took the weakest side. Here is God now among us. You must stand before him, look your daughter in the face, and answer her as you expect to meet God when you leave this troubled life. Truth now, mother, and nothing else. Mother, I'm dyin' now, as God is your judge. Did you ever love my father as a wife ought?" There was some irresistible spirit, some unaccountable power in her manner and language, such command and such wonderful love of candour in her full dark eye, that it was impossible to gainsay or withstand her. "I will speak the truth," replied her mother, evidently borne away and subdued, "although it's against myself. To my shame and to my sorrow I say it, that when I married your father, another man had my affections. But as I'm to appear before God, I never wronged him. I don't know how it is that you've made me confess it, but at any rate, you're the first that ever wrung it out of me." "That will do," replied her daughter calmly. "That sounds like murder from a mother's lips. Lay me down now, Biddy." Mave, who had scarcely ever taken her eyes from off her varying and busy features, was now struck by a singular change which she observed come over them, a change that was nothing but the shadow of death, and cannot be described. "Sarah," she exclaimed, "dear darling Sarah, what is the matter with you? Have you got ill again?" "Oh, my child," exclaimed her mother, "am I to lose you this way at last?" "Oh, dear Sarah, forgive me. I'm your mother, and you'll forgive me." "Mave," said Sarah, "take this. I remember seeing yours and mine together not very long ago. Take this lock of my hair. I think you'll get a pair of scissors on the corner of the shelf. Cut it off with your own hands. Let it be sent to my father, and when he's dyin' a disgraceful death, let him wear it next his heart, and wherever he's to be buried, let him have this buried with him. Let whoever will give it to him say that it comes from Sarah, and that if she was able she would be with him through shame and disgrace and death, that she'd support him as well as she could in his trouble, that she'd scorn the world for him, and that because he said once in his life that he loved her, she'd forgive him all 1,000 times, and would lay down her life for him." "You would do that, my noble girl," exclaimed Mave with a choking voice. "And above all things," proceeded Sarah, "let him be told, if it can be done, that Sarah said to him to die without fear, to bear it up like a man and not like a coward, to look manfully about him on the very scaffold, and to die as a man ought to die, bravely and without fear. Bravely and without fear." Her voice and strength were, since the last change that Mave observed, both rapidly sinking, and her mother, anxious, if possible, to have her forgiveness, again approached her and said, "Dear Sarah, you are angry with me. Oh, forgive me. Am I not your mother?" The girl's resentments, however, had not passed, and the business of her life and its functions, she now felt, were all over. She said so. "It's all over at last now, mother," she replied. "I have no anger now. Come and kiss me. Whatever you have done, you are still my mother. Bless me, bless your daughter Sarah. I have nothing now in my heart but love for everybody. Tell Nelly, dear Mave, that Sarah forgave her, and hoped that she'd forgive Sarah. Mave, I trust you and he will be happy. That's my last wish, and tell him so. Mave, there's sweet faces about me, such as I seen in the shed. They're smilin' upon me, smilin' upon Sarah, upon poor hasty Sarah McGowan, that would have loved every one. Mave, think of me sometimes, and let him, when he thinks of the wild girl that loved him, look upon you, dearest Mave, and love you, if possible, better for her sake. These sweet faces are about me again. Father, I'll be before you. Die like a man." While uttering these last few sentences, which were spoken with great difficulty, she began to pull the bedclothes about with her hands, and whilst uttering the last word, her beautiful hand was slightly clenched, as if helping out a sentiment so completely in accordance with her brave spirit. These motions, however, ceased suddenly. She heaved a deep sigh, and the troubled spirit of the kind, the generous, the erring but affectionate Sarah McGowan, as we shall call her still, passed away to another, and we trust a better life. The storms of her heart and brain were at rest forever. Thus perished in early life one of those creatures that sometimes seem as if they were placed by mistake in a wrong sphere of existence. It is impossible to say what a height of moral grandeur and true greatness culture and education might have elevated her, or to say with what brilliancy her virtues might have shone, had heart and affections been properly cultivated. Like some beautiful and luxuriant flower, however, she was permitted to run into wildness and disorder for want of a guiding hand. But no want, no absence of training could ever destroy its natural delicacy, nor prevent its fragrance from smelling sweet, even in the neglected situation where it was left to pine and die. There is little now to be added. Time, the consoler, passes not in vain even over the abodes of wretchedness and misery. The sufferings of that year of famine we have endeavored to bring before those who may have the power in their hands of assuaging the similar horrors which are likely to visit this. The pictures we have given are not exaggerated, but drawn from memory and the terrible realities of 1817. It is unnecessary to add that when sickness and the severity of winter passed away, our lovers, Mave and young Condy Dalton, were happily married, as they deserved to be, and occupied the farm from which the good old man had been so unjustly expelled. It was on the first social evening that the two families, now so happily reconciled, spent together subsequent to the trial, that Bartle Sullivan gratified them with the following account of his history. "I remember fightin'," he proceeded, "wid Condy on that night, and the divil's own bully abatha he was. We went into a corner of the field near the Greystone to decide it. All at wanst I forgot what happened, till I found myself lyin' upon a car wid the McMahons of Edinburgh, that lived 10 or 12 miles beyond the mountains, at the foot of Carnmore. They knew me, and good right they had, for I had been spaking to their sister Shibby, but she wasn't for me at the time, although I was ready to kick my own shadow about her, God knows. Well, you see, I felt disgraced at being beaten by Con Dalton, and I was fond of her, so what did you have of us but off we went together to America, for you see she promised to marry me if I'd go. They had taken me up on one of their carts, thinking I was drunk, to leave me for safety in the next neighbour's house we came to. Well, she and I married when we got to Boston, but God never blessed us with a family, and Toddy here, who took the life of a pedlar, came back after many a long year with a good purse, and lived with us. At last I began to long for home, and so we all came together. The prophet's wife was with us, and another passenger told me that Con here had been suspected of murdering me. I got on well in Liverpool, but I sent Toddy on before me to make their minds easy. As we were talking over these matters, I happened to mention to the woman what I had seen the night the carman was murdered, and I wondered at the way she looked on hearing it. She went on, but after a time came back to Liverpool for me, and took the typhus on her way home. But thank God, we were all in time to clear the innocent and punish the guilty. Ay, and reward the good too, eh, Toddy? "I'll give Mave away," replied Toddy, "if there wasn't another man in Europe. And when I'm puttin' your hand into Con's, Mave, it won't be an empty one. Ay, and if your friend Sarah, the wild girl, had lived, but it can't be helped. Death takes the young as well as the old, and may God prepare us all to meet him." Young Richard Henderson's anticipations were unfortunately too true. On leaving Mr. Travers's office, he returned home, took his bed, and in the course of one short week had paid, by a kind of judicial punishment, the fatal penalty of his contemplated profligacy. His father survived him only a few months, so that there is not at this moment one of the name or blood of Henderson in the Grange. The old man died of a quarrel with Jimmy Brannigan, to whom he left a pension of £50 a year, and truly the grief of this aged servant after him was unique and original. "What's to come of me?" said Jimmy, with tears in his eye. "I have nothing to do, nobody to attend to, nobody to fight with, nobody to disturb me or put me out of temper." I knew, however, that he would stick to his wickedness to the last, and so he did. For the devil tempted him, out of sheer malice, when he could get at me no way else, to leave me £50 a year to keep me easy. Such revenge and villainy by a dying man was never heard of. God help me, what am I to do now, or what hand will I turn to? What is there before me but peace and quietness for the remainder of my life? But I won't stand that long, and to leave me £50 a year to keep me easy, God forgive him. The prophet suffered the sentence of the law, but refused all religious consolation. Whether his daughter's message ever reached him or not, we have no means of ascertaining. He died, however, as she wished, firmly but sullenly, and as if he despised and defied the world and its laws. He neither admitted his guilt nor attempted to maintain his innocence, but passed out of existence like a man who was already wearied with its cares, and who now felt satisfied, when it was too late, that contempt for the laws of God and man never leads to safety, much less to happiness. His only observation was the following: "When I dreamt that young Dalton drove a nail in my coffin, little I thought it would end this way." We have simply to conclude by saying that Rody Duncan was transported for perjury, and that Nelly became a devotee or votine, and, as far as one could judge, exhibited something like repentance for the sinful life she had led with the prophet. End of section 16. Recording by James Carson. End of The Black Prophet by William Carleton.